Testing, testing, 1 2 1 2, test, test. Are we live? Can you guys hear me? Just in time, for once I'm not late. Lateness is deafening. Guys, I was just 1 minute. It was 1 minute. Testing works, we hear? Okay, excellent. Alright. Hold on. Let me just test out the... Alert? Okay. Just making sure that all of you guys can actually hear. Okay. Thank goodness. We don't have that much scuff to start off this stream. So, yeah, thanks for tuning in to a stream that is not at my usual time slot, about a day later. I understand that this is a bit of an adjustment, and also in the middle of a hiatus, but I appreciate all of you guys turning up regardless. All right, hold on. Let me switch the desktop audio. Stop the BGM from doubling up. By the way, is the BGM working for you guys? Can you actually hear it on your end? 1 minute too many. You guys have been spoiled. Usually I start on the dot. I need to do that less often. We haven't talked about Saga at all. I'll be saving that for the post yapping portion of the post planned yapping portion of the stream, because I don't want to keep Tomoya waiting too long. That would be rude. It good? Okay, faintly. All right. I think faintly is fine. Faintly is fine. But yeah. So, to give a little bit of context as to how this stream came about 3 weeks ago, I did a series of 2 streams going through the history of Tsunderia, the very first VTubing company to exist in the West. And over the course of this, I was mainly focusing on things like how the company came about, aspects of its brand and marketing, as well as its decline. Now, usually when I'm talking about, a company that used to exist, and I'm just focusing on looking at it through that very specific lens, going off of things like publicly available information and archived information is quite sufficient. However, there are still gaps in knowledge when it comes to understanding perhaps a more complete picture of what a corpo was like besides just those aspects. And to that end, Tomoya has been gracious enough to reach out to me and give me the chance to basically just allow me to interview him a little bit to fill in a little bit of those gaps of knowledge that I have about that particular stream topic. It's not very often that I get to do this, so I hope you guys treat him with the same amount of grace that he has offered us. Actually, I'll just quickly get through these memberships and then we'll get started. Lion MX, thank you for being a Footstool for 15 months. Glad to catch you live. Excited for today's topic. Me too. Mercurius, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, or the 5 new Footstools. I hope you enjoyed those emotes. And Zoofield, thank you for being a Footstool for 9 months. Can't wait for the interview, Chairman. It's about to start. So for the rest of the stream, super chats and gifted memberships, I will be getting to them at the end. So please bear with me. But I appreciate all of your support and generosity. Tomoya, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Just checking. Can you guys hear Tomoya all right? I just need to make sure that there's everything's working fine on OBS to me. I want to make sure that nothing gets nothing falls over too suddenly.
Yeah, no worries. It sounds like they can hear me. Cool.
Hey,
Talk
there
more,
we
they
go.
say.
Okay, excellent.
Let's go.
All right, everything seems to be working fine. Let me switch over to the main scene.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. All right, so welcome to the unexpected Tsunderia interview, the follow-up stream to the 2 streams that I did 3 weeks ago, where finally we get a chance to maybe talk about a few other aspects of the company that we didn't get to touch on in the previous 2 streams. And for those who might not be as familiar with Sun Dream or with you personally, would you like to just give a quick self-introduction?
Yeah, of course. Thank you again for having me on the stream. Super happy to be here and talk about some of the memories and moments from Tsunderia's past and my past as well. So yeah, quick introduction. My name is Uzuki Tomoya, or just Tomoya or Tomo for short. I kind of go by either. And yeah, I debuted with Tsunderia Tsundream basically almost exactly 4 years ago, which is kind of crazy to say and think about, but time really flies. Yeah, I mostly do singing and streaming on YouTube, though I branch out occasionally into other things like live performances as of recently, and Irium streaming as well as of recently. So
Yeah,
feel
congrats
free
on
to
the recent
stalk by.
Irium debut, because that happened just a few days back, right?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, something that kind of came out of the Offkai performance that fed into that. So, yeah, super cool. Thankful for the staff for thinking of me and inviting me onto the platform too. Super cool platform and cool stuff there.
All right. So, by the way, if there is anything that you would like to plug besides just the Irium debut, go for it.
Yeah, wait. Now is maybe the perfect time to say it. Well, I still need to put the waiting room up because it took forever to render, but my VOD from the Offkai Live is actually going up tomorrow exactly at this time, and I'll be doing a react stream to it. So,
all right.
Yeah, that if you guys are interested in checking out the full live VOD my section from the live VOD of the Offkai Fest performance, feel free to stop by. That'll be broadcasted, and then it'll be up for people to check out. So, yeah. Also, people are saying I'm a little bit low. I can turn me up a little bit potentially, and that might work a little bit better. Yeah.
All right,
hopefully, I'm not blasting out your ears.
No, I'm fine on my end. I'm assuming when you adjust the volume in the Discord call, does that also affect how the other person comes across on stream?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Though what I'm doing, I am just raising the level on my mixer, but just turning the knob to the right. But yeah, that either way should work.
Okay. Is the audio a little bit better for you guys now on for Tomoya? You guys hear him a little better?
Test. This is perfect. Thanks. Cool. Good.
Excellent. All right.
Nice.
So,
alrighties.
Little bit of one of the things brought up, because one of the things that I was doing when I was researching for the original Tsunderia streams was I was just going through the VODs for the members of Sun Dream, because you were the last generation to debut with the company, and just going through your reactions to the company's closure and stuff like that. And that was where I saw your VOD that you made immediately after the company announced its closure, where you gave a bit of background as to how you came to join the company. And so to sort of expand upon that a little bit, because you did mention that you were the first member of Sun Dream that was recruited into the gen. I just wanted to ask, what was your initial impressions of Tsunderia before you were approached to join the company?
Yeah, great question. I think funny place to start, but before I knew Tsunderia, I knew Char, and so really my first view of Tsunderia was, oh wow, my friend Char is a VTuber and she's in this company, I guess. That's cool. And it really wasn't until after I started watching Char was like, would you be interested in also being a VTuber? Because Char knew I sang and was like, oh, well, guys that are singers probably would do potentially well as like a debut talent or something. So I was kind of like, oh, well, I guess I'll do my own research on Tsunderia and see what it's like. And so I didn't really have too much of an impression until I started watching the VODs, and I was just kind of like, oh, wow, these people... I was kind of looking at it like, wow, these people are a lot more like chaotic than I am, and maybe that's saying something given that I'm pretty cringe on the internet sometimes. So like, it was definitely like, oh wow, okay, there's crazier people than me out there. I guess I don't know if I can even match that kind of energy and hype, but it seems like a cool opportunity.
It feels like every time I ask
Yeah.
someone about their first impressions of just like watching VTuber content in general, it's always some variation of, oh wow, I thought I was crazy, and then just sort of breaking the barrier on that one.
Oh yeah.
Which were there any particular talents whose VODs you sort of gravitated towards while you were doing that sort of I suppose rejoining research on what the company was like?
I think well, this was before. This was around the time that they were getting Soonverse ready, so like they
Hmm.
hadn't debuted them yet. So what was really only available was like Char's stuff and like the Gen 0 and the Gen 1.
Hmm.
So I kind of just like first was like, okay, well what are they like as a company? So I looked up like a Tsun Quest VOD of them like playing a game together and was like, oh, cute girls doing cute things type of energy, but like with a little bit more cursing and craziness going on and things that you wouldn't expect to hear. So like Tsun Quest was kind of where I first got like the vibe check off of, and then after that, I think I just tried to sample a little bit of everyone to see what they were like. I remember watching like Mio's covers, obviously, just to like, okay, what like what's their singing like, and what's the music like status quo that I would potentially be entering into, and like, yeah, what's the vibe they're trying to put out there. But other than like in my own memory, I think that Tsun Quest VODs just in general were the ones that I like watched to really get a vibe check. Otherwise, I was kind of like, oh, well, if it happens, it happens. This seems cool. I guess maybe to frame it a little bit, but some of my other friends had already like become VTubers at this point. And so I was already kind of like, I had the seed planted like, wow, like it'd be cool to become a VTuber, but I don't have any money right now. So it'd sure be nice if someone else could help me with that kind of thing. So I don't think I was too picky with screening and really trying to check out the vibes other than like, okay, what does the gen kind of do? Like, I guess I also checked out some of Char's VODs also to, well, in a sense, like, okay, what are my friends up to kind of thing, and what do they do nowadays, and kind of fed into like, oh, okay, well, she builds Gundam, that's cool. Like, I don't build Gundam and I probably won't, but like it's like it's cool that you can do whatever you want on stream, and that sense of like, oh, okay, well, everyone kind of has their own thing stood out to me, at least initially, which is maybe just a not a Tsunderia thing, but just a VTuber as a whole. Like, you can really just broadcast yourself doing anything on the internet kind of vibe.
Yeah, one of the things that I find tends to really strike a lot of people when they start watching VTubers for the first time is understanding that, like, you initially start off thinking that VTubing is supposed to be this sort of concrete block in and of itself in terms of content or styles or whatever. And then slowly you start to realize, oh wow, all of these people are just, they're all using models, but they're all doing their own like individual thing. There's infinite niches pretty much in the industry, in the content genre. You just sort of branch out from there.
Yeah.
When you say that, oh sorry,
cool. No, go ahead.
Yeah, because I was going to ask, when you say that, because you were friends with Char prior to being asked to join the company and stuff like that. When you have a friend that I assume that you're like friends with her beyond just the scope of internet or like VTubing or whatever.
Yeah.
Is it what is it like to watch to sort of watch a friend's VTubing content after having known them IRL like that?
I think there's an interesting divide that happens, especially if you are not a VTuber and not yet a VTuber, because they kind of, if you go into chat, depending on who it is, right, they kind of have to pretend not to know you.
Yeah,
because it can be a risk if you just like first name last name, you can look you up on Facebook, boom, there's like 50 pictures with the VTuber right there, right? Like, so there's honestly a little bit of a sense of loneliness of just like, oh, there's my friend, oh, it's cool, they're doing stuff, okay, wait, I can't like, they can't just like, it depends on the person, right? I think it maybe earlier days it was more like, okay, I gotta distance myself from my older friends and like not draw too many connections so people can't go down the rabbit hole as much, but like, yeah, I think it's mostly just that feeling, but it's also really cool to be like, wow, wait, like, you're a micro celebrity on the internet. Like, how did that happen? What the heck? And they're kind of like, I don't know how that happened either. When you talk to them after, like, I don't know, getting dinner or something, and it's just like, well, that's cool. How'd you end up there? And then kind of leads down a bunch of threads of conversation. And but yeah, it definitely does feel like weird, seeing your friends go off to do things and like being left behind until you kind of catch up to them, and then and you're like, wait, I'm doing this too now. And then they're like, oh yeah, come on stream, like let's do a collab, join my company. That doesn't happen very often, but like that was more my case. Like, oh yeah, okay, join my company. Like, let's go do stream content, and we'll use you, we'll milk you as a content farm. Just kidding. They don't do that. It's not necessarily true. Only if you're funny enough, but
It's
also not true.
I imagine that there's quite a bit of adjustment going from that kind of, I suppose, rose encased in glass mindset when you're approaching, you know, your friend who's also doing their thing as a micro celeb, and then going from that to, you know, working with them as well as part of the same company. But when you bring up the whole idea of, you know, raising. I suppose, well, pitching the idea of joining the same company, becoming a VTuber as well to you, how did that conversation first come about?
Honestly, we were just like at dinner or like lunch or something. I can't even remember, but it's just like, hey, in her char voice, she was like, hey, you want to become a VTuber? That's not what she sounds like. That's like, that's a horrible. I hope she's not offended by that. It's just like, you want to become a VTuber? And I was like, oh, sure, yeah. It just came out without any context, I'm pretty sure. Like,
just
as
like
much as I can remember,
just like slam the invite on the table.
Yeah. I can't remember if it was like that lunch or if it was also just like a random Discord DM. It was either, I know there was the random Discord DM and then there also was the lunch, and whichever one happened first, I can't remember. Amazing impression. Oh my god. But yeah, I don't know. It just came out, and it was just like, well, sure, you know what? Why not? There was really no segue, which is maybe a little bit disappointing to hear.
No, not at all. Because I mean, when I ask these questions, there aren't answers that I'm aiming for, just stuff that I'm curious to find out. So after that initial, you know, you have that initial, I suppose, that initial raising of that initial suggestion. What was the follow up like to that? Because I imagine there would have probably been some sort of like back and forth in between, right?
Yeah, the follow-up was like, well, I mean, you're okay with me, and I'm one of the hiring people. We just need to make sure the other managers are chill with you, or manager. It was kind of just like, let's make sure the other manager is cool with you, and that you can stream and sound okay, and then and then we'll figure it out from there. It was very casual, I think. Which is maybe not what the others experienced, but I can't really speak to that because I don't know. Yeah, it's very much just like, okay, sure, why not?
Oh, interesting. So, I imagine that Child probably would have brought you in. So, by the way, is it alright if I ask? I'm just confirming the other manager at the time was Urara, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have this talk with Char, that you guys talk about it a little bit more, and then eventually you guys arrange to have you in a call, I assume, with Char and Urara looking on, and, you know, just checking to see how the vibes are and stuff like that.
Yeah, I can't remember like the interview in crystal clear, perfect memory moments, but I do remember we had like an interview call. And it was basically just like, okay, well, what kind of content would you like to do? Like, what are your strengths and what are your weaknesses? Kind of just like an interview vibe check. And then after that, we scheduled to set up and do like a streaming test interview. So it's not like it was just like, okay, you know, you get in immediately. I mean, you still have to pass both the vibe checks. I just had the benefit of the doubt for passing one of them, but and not having to apply. But yeah. After that, it was into the streaming interview, which is also still an interesting story.
Oh, I mean, if you'd like to, if it's something that you're willing to tell, by all means, go for it.
Oh yeah, I think I have told this a few times before already on stream, but basically, like, I only had a laptop at the time. It was like a gaming laptop that I'd gotten from a friend, but it wasn't fit for streaming. So what I had to do, and I also like lived at the time, like lived with my mom, and like, and like we had really really bad internet in the house. Like pretty much everywhere around had fiber optic. We still had like copper cables, so like I genuinely did not have enough upload speed to stream in any capacity. So what I had to do was I had to go over to my friend's house.
Oh,
And I had to use his PC. This friend of mine is Seigi. We did a bunch of stream stuff before he like went on to do other things and but yeah, like I basically go into Seigi's room because he's also a VTuber, so he has like all the setup stuff. He has like his mic, and I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna use your computer. I'm gonna stream using your computer, and I also don't like have any games that I really play because I have no internet at my at my mom's house to play any games in any capacity on my really bad laptop. So I'm gonna play solitaire on your laptop for my stream interview and do that for like 15 minutes while he's on his bed in the back.
he's like watching you do
Trying
your
not to
example.
laugh as I'm trying to make like solitaire the most hype thing I've ever done in my life because I'm unemployed, and I'm like, wait, I kind of need a job. And so I'm like busting my butt trying to make solitaire sound entertaining, and it was pretty funny. I was like, oh my god, we got like the queen of spades, like that's exactly what we need to complete this stack. Holy, this is so hype, right, chat? Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah. Anyways, and then we were like, okay, well, I guess I should do like a singing segment also in my interview. So like, we're like, okay, that was great. Like we beat solitaire. Cool. Who's ever done that before? And then we just transitioned into, all right, thank you guys. Now I'm going to sing the Star Spangled Banner, the American national anthem. All rise. And then like, and then I just like broke into the anthem, and I don't even remember if it was good, but I know Seigi was on his bed trying not to laugh his ass off, and like, basically just like, okay, like that's my interview, guys. Take it or leave it. Hope it was funny and entertaining. And that was it. That was the interview. And I got the job.
I mean,
so yeah.
like Noxon is saying in chat, if you can go into an interview, right, and you're playing solitaire and you're singing the American national anthem, and you manage to make that entertaining, you've basically, you still get hired off of that. I think you've basically completed, getting an audition on hard mode, right? Because that sounds wild. I cannot imagine trying to make a solitaire playthrough like entertaining for an audience. While you're being watched by a friend like over your shoulder, nonetheless.
Yeah, that was the worst part because he'll never let me live that down. I'm just like, it's like, dude, you literally played solitaire. It's so funny, but I mean, I'm glad I could tell this story because it makes for a good story.
Damn.
But, yeah, and it wasn't even at my house. Like that's the worst thing. Like it's not even my computer. Like everything about it was so crazy. But because like I got quote unquote hired, I was like, oh cool. And then my mom was like, okay, you can move out now, and you can you need internet, so now you can move out. And I was like, yes. And then I was like, wait, I really need to make money, and this streaming thing isn't really making money, but I can talk about that later.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, the good thing about doing your stream at somebody else's place is if there is scuff, you can blame them for it, right?
That's true. I honestly didn't think of that in the moment, but luckily there wasn't scuff because he actually knew what he was doing with setting everything up. So
okay. I mean, that's a really I'd say I mean, to me at least, that seems like a very solid thing to do for a friend, right? Just lend them your streaming setup for an audition.
I owe him my VTubing career in a sense. If he didn't lend me his room and his PC that day, like would not have joined Tsunderia. Wouldn't be here. Wouldn't be a VTuber at all, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I'm at,
Might
like,
still be.
if playing solitaire is, the sort of hard mode of VTubing interviews, I suppose streaming Microsoft PowerPoint basically would be like nightmare mode. We're trying to get through.
I mean, isn't that like kind of you use PowerPoint, right?
That's
kind of what you
true.
do.
That's true. I'm also not a proper VTuber though, so I can get away with it since I only have like a reactive image. Imagine if you have like an actual model and you're just trying to you're basically performing like a stop motion video every time you try to do something on screen.
Yeah, that would be definitely nightmare mode. The funny thing too is like I haven't played solitaire on stream a single time after that, so I probably debated their expectations a little bit.
It's okay.
Maybe I should.
I mean, if you ask, I feel like I don't know, maybe my perspective is skewed, but in a lot of the instances where I've heard on various different streams, corpo VTubers talking about what their interview experience was like, the only recurring theme is all of them basically debate the person interviewing them before they end up joining the company and they stream something completely different.
Honestly, that's just like getting a real job, though.
That's true. That's true.
Interviewing,
that is very true.
Interviewing is just two people lying to each other,
Yeah.
or two people or more. It's like, this job's really interesting. Trust me, you'll love it. And then it's like, oh yeah, I'm a great person. I love doing stuff that sounds really interesting. Like, yeah. Presenting PowerPoints, like, that's my passion. Please hire this spot. Like, I would do that any day, kind of.
Yeah.
Oh,
VTubing, I mean, it's weird to think about because so many of us associate this with just entertainment, but it's how much it lines up with traditional jobs is also quite... It's funny to think about when it does come up every now and again.
Oh, yeah, it really does. Honestly, the funny thing is I like started my personal, like my IRL career and VTubing career around the same time, and there were often a lot of like parallels I took between like, oh, because I've been streaming, I can like fluently talk in this meeting and I don't like feel nervous talking in front of people or presenting this topic or whatnot. But then I would also take the downsides of streaming, like, oh, I talk too much about this and maybe went on too many tangents. So it's definitely funny taking the balances of both of them. Kind of learning the both at the same time. But.
Do you feel like streaming has helped you be more, I suppose, for want of a better way of phrasing it, more interesting to talk to in person?
I think yes and no sometimes. I think, like, interesting and like how you look at like a specimen in a test tube sometimes, but like the only issue is like if you're a little like to be entertaining on stream, you kind of have to go more towards the deep end. I think dig into the deeper end parts of your personality and really try to do some wacky stuff. And when you're trying to have a normal conversation with someone, those things usually aren't really good to just send out there into the blue, especially if they're like a professional acquaintance you haven't really met before. So like, yeah, I can definitely there are points when I catch myself oversharing, and it does make for interesting conversation topics if it overshares in the right way where they're like, oh, that's so relatable, and definitely like shuts some conversations off early when they're like, okay, well, that was weird, I'm not talking to this guy ever again.
Fair enough. I mean, now that you do raise that, I suppose it is quite normal when you get that, because everyone has, after streaming for a while, everyone gets to some degree a little bit of streamer brain, and that comes across in how you speak. Yeah. I suppose some people are just like sort of instantly turned off by that, especially some people more on the normie side, I suppose.
Yeah, it's definitely something when your boss goes up and it's like, oh yeah, that's the thing like my son does, and I was just like, oh, your 7-year-old son, oh no.
I know exactly what you mean. Oh,
yeah. Oh god, it's too funny. But yeah, it's Yeah, you either find people of like-mindedness through it, or you don't. Yeah, it was definitely something when I opened my, like, oh, what'd you do over the weekend? I watched the League of Legends finals, and like my boss goes like, what's that? I was like, oh right, these people aren't gonna know what this is. No one in the room knows what this is. Okay, this is not a conversation topic. I can't.
How do I explain
Like, yeah, they're
League of
yeah,
Legends?
yeah, they're like, so where do I watch that? It's where? Like, I'm like, oh, it's on YouTube and like Twitch, and they're like, oh, okay, it's not like a broadcast. I mean, it is like a broadcast, but it's not, kind of thing. It's like that. It's not like the Olympics or something. I mean, it is in a way, but
it's the new Olympics. The new
right.
Olympics. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny stuff. But yeah, you bring up a good point though. It's like some people. I think also to that though, I think like some streamers, despite being very very silly and out there online, are actually quite introverted. Because I've met quite a bit of like the other talents that I've worked with or like collab with, and some people are like either exactly the same as they are on stream, or some people are like super quiet and like very very shy and reserved. And so I think it really depends on the person too. But yeah, I would say like being entertaining on stream doesn't always translate into like being very adept in social situations, because there's a lot of things that do and don't cross over, and sometimes more that don't cross over with a normie audience kind of thing.
That makes
That's
sense.
just my observation. But yeah,
I mean, since you bring up sort of what it's like to sort of compare the people you work with in terms of their online persona versus their offline persona, actually, not too long ago, I think just was it yesterday that you guys had your anniversary, Sundream anniversary, which was it yesterday or 2 days ago?
2 days ago.
2 days ago. Sorry, yeah. So yeah, you guys had the anniversary stream for Sundream. By the way, if you guys want to check that out, it's on Chika Fujilisa's channel. You can just go into the VODs there and take a look. But yeah, I wanted to ask, what were your first impressions of your genmates when you met them?
Oh, that's a great question. It's been so long that I can't like perfectly remember, but I do remember we all just came into the server. I think I was the first person to join, and like we were still on our like IRL account. So naturally, like the first thing that happens is you all like instantly dox each other and you look up your IRL channels. And so that's kind of where everyone's personal like appearances of each other, impressions of each other came from. I think it was very funny because Nan was like, "Wait, I know you." I'm like, "What?" And I was like, I listened to your stuff before, and I was like, "What?" And like it was I think, yeah, the impressions we all got of each other were of our previous like music content in particular, and I don't think I can speak to like each person individually just because like it all has blurred together, but I think as a whole we just admired like, wow, wait, everyone is so like musically adept and talented, and it was just like, what a like, wow, wait, this is so hype. Yeah, I think it was pretty interesting from that point, also learning like kind of what everyone's niches were, and also how we kind of like came to meet each other and bond initially during like the pre-debut stage, and then transitioning into the streaming stage, especially when like some of us hadn't done much streaming or any streaming at all, and so seeing people like suddenly don the streamer personality, and like for some people it was a bigger switch than others, like it was super interesting also to like have like a second round of first impressions after watching people initially stream. So yeah, I think I can't say that my first impressions were like the same set of first impressions I had when I like started, like when debut actually happened. But yeah, everyone was just like, wow, like you're absolutely cracked. Like this is gonna be so cool. Can't wait to like do projects together and make a bunch of cool music and stuff. So yeah, it was mutual admiration.
Do you have any funny stories from pre-debut?
I'm trying to think. Oh, it was so long ago that like the server got axed, so I couldn't really walk through memory
fair
lane.
enough.
I'm sure others remember some funny stuff. all I just remember was like we were like super excited to work together and like work on stuff. I wish I remembered more.
Nah,
I
that's
think
no
we
issue.
did actually. We talked about. Were we even supposed to? I don't know, but we talked about like what our interviews were like. I remember. I remember Nen in particular had a really funny one. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it had something to do with like beating Minecraft, and it was like people just came up with the craziest stuff.
What was the pre-debut and onboarding process even like for you in general?
I think for the most part, it was like, boom, throw it into the Discord. Well, we get the acceptance email. I went through a memory lane walk the other day and was just checking my emails. It was like, oh, here's your welcome to Tsunderia email. It's like, oh, first step is to join the Discord server. It's kind of heartwarming finding that again. But it was really just pop into the server, and then the managers, Ura and Char, would give us some pre-debut like action items to do. I remember one of the things, oh, it's coming back to me, is like we had kind of like homework to prep. Some of them being like improv exercises to kind of like get our brains going, and then we'd have like a scheduled call time where like we get into the call together and like do some of the improv stuff like live. I remember we also had like homework to like look up like different streamers, like one Tsunderia streamer, like one Corpo streamer from outside the company, and I think they also asked for like an indie streamer and like to highlight things they did well, didn't do well, and like what you like took away from like watching the streams, so you could just like learn about what it was like to stream. Because really going into it, I think most of us didn't have streaming experience. Lisa might have been the only one. I can't remember. It's been a while, but like a lot of us were pretty green, so it was like, you know, we gotta train these guys up. So it was really interesting, tweaking my brain in different ways. I remember one of the exercises, I think we had to like choose 2 out of a set of 4, and one of them was just like narrate what you're doing for like a day. And I was like, oh, this is gonna annoy my housemates so much.
Oh yeah, because usually when you do that, you have people around you, right? Which is gonna make it a bit of an adjustment.
Yeah, it's like, all right, chat. So today we're gonna open the fridge. We're gonna put the milk in. Oh shoot! I spilled the milk. Oh no. Okay, well, looks like we're gonna have to grab the wipe from over on the counter. All right, we're gonna wipe up the floor here and throw that in the trash. Oh, it's Tuesday. Gotta take out the trash. Like, it's definitely something. But whether or not that helped actually for streaming, I think it's hard to say. I think really streaming itself is still the best practice, but if you have like improv experience, I'm sure it does help for like events that are more improv focused, RP and collabs that end up being more improv focused. But it was definitely interesting. I think also though, like part of learning to be a streamer too, observing what you like and don't like, how like what setups you also just like observing like audio quality. Maybe that's like a me thing, but like, okay, what's like the baseline expected audio quality that kind of people go in with, and like taking that in, surveying the landscape of like what content is out there, what you can do, learning about the taboos of like what you're not supposed to do too. It's also interesting. Like I remember early on, I was like, I think we had to do test streams. That was another thing. I think that was like part 3 or 4 of the homework set. It was like, doing test streams and test debuts and whatnot. And like, I think I had like this whole thing of like joking about like, all right, guys, let's drop some super chats now. And like, I remember very explicitly, Ura was like, no. You don't want to be labeled as a sellout. Like, don't joke about just like people dropping money, and like don't make that your whole thing. Yeah. 1, because that's my thing, and 2, like 2, you need to like chill on this. Like, you need your brand to be something else and your niche to be something else, because like this is not the audience you want to garner. And so it was interesting learning about that. Yeah,
makes sense.
And like also interesting is like, okay, these are the topics like as a generic core pro VTuber you shouldn't comment on. Like, okay, you don't want to talk about like politics. Again, it depends on the VTuber too and like the company, but there's like, you know, politics and like religion, sexuality. It depends on, like, obviously varies. Mileage varies depending on like the company. I think also like people and like standards have changed a little bit,
Yeah.
but there are like general list of no topics that it's like, okay, you know, you don't want to go down the rabbit hole of doing this or that. And so it was interesting to learn about that. And like, it's like, okay, wait, I probably shouldn't make these kinds of jokes on stream, and I can probably still make these kinds of jokes on stream. Was like, I think something a lot of us kind of work to figure out along the way. Some people I think settled into it immediately because their sense of humor wasn't so like dark or in one way or another. But I think I struggle with it because I make a lot of like really bad jokes just for the heck of it, and so I'm like, okay, wait, I have to rein this in a lot because I'm probably gonna get canceled in my first week or something if I say something.
One of the things that struck me when I was watching that that VOD of you talking about what it was like during the whole process of adjusting to streaming for the first time was how I suppose, again, for want of a better way of putting it, how hyper conscious you were of repping the company brand and being, you know, having to hold that up on your shoulders. And I mean, for what it is worth, that kind of it can feel very suffocating, but that kind of mindset is something that, as I've looked at more and more cases of various PR disasters over the course of this industry's existence, that is a mindset that I've come to appreciate and respect more and more whenever I see it. Because that kind of feeling of personal responsibility for a group brand or image is something that most people would kill for in this industry.
I could see that, yeah. It's definitely hard to manage, but like, yeah, I do remember still struggling to find the balance even towards the end. The tricky thing too is like, I think it like while it's something to strive for and to have, like having that while still not killing your entertainment value and like being able to tell the jokes that you want to like tell and like walk the line, but like have like it ingrained that like I know for sure this isn't going to cross the line is like a skill set that I think is required on top of having that like initial like I would like to protect the brand and the image of the company, and I think it's really hard to find. I'm not saying that I have that at least yet, or maybe that skill has worn off, but I think it's really hard to find someone who has that kind of skill set.
Oh yeah,
but there are people who have it, and it's really amazing when you can see like, wow, like this person can really be funny while still like knowing like what's going on inside their brain, treading so carefully on like, okay, I'm like specifically I'm not mentioning this and that, and it's like, wow, like
yeah. There's
a lot to keep up with.
It's almost like a talent that you have a very difficult time discerning. Because if someone is doing all of that mental work in the background while they're talking on stream, if they do it well enough, it's practically impossible to tell that they're even thinking about it. So
right. It's like the difference between like when someone can say like it's like, oh wait, I shouldn't say that on stream, versus like you wouldn't even know that they were thinking that to begin with.
Yeah.
It's like
Exactly.
It's really impressive. Yeah.
Did you find the whole process of becoming a part of a company like intimidating at the beginning?
I think it was more exciting than intimidating, but that's also kind of how I am as a person. Like stage performances make me more excited than nervous nowadays. So, but I think it was very much like, I think that sentiment was shared amongst everyone. That like, I mean, it's not like the homework was hard or anything, and we were all kind of excited, like, given this huge opportunity. Like, the others had passed rounds of like applications and interviews and been down selected from a huge pool of applicants. So, like, having made it already, it's like, oh, you've been hired already. I think there's less intimidation and more like, okay, well, let's like be awesome and like make some cool content
time
and
to
get
lock
recognized. Yeah, exactly. And I think that like drove a lot of productivity and like excitement, especially in pre-debut. I think once we started streaming and got busy with that, like the magic unfortunately started to wear off for some of us pretty quick. Especially those like for me especially was like, oh, okay, wait, debut. oh, okay, the numbers aren't doing so great. Wait a minute, guys. Like, oh, maybe I have to rethink this a little bit on like, not everything's gonna come to you on a silver platter kind of stuff. But at least pre-debut and prep wise, it was like, okay, well, you do everything right in the sense of like, okay, I'm gonna prep these things for my debut. I'm gonna like create my slideshow, get my like assets commissioned, get like my streaming config and setup all ready to go, and then it's like whatever happens. You start streaming and like you plan out your stream schedule, and then it's like, well, hopefully these streams are all like well liked by my target audience, and hopefully they reach my target audience, or sometimes they don't. We'll see what happens. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What were your expectations going in of what streaming would be like?
I honestly, I think I expected a little too much out of it. I'd seen a lot of my friends be pretty successful with what they were doing, so I think I was, and also like seeing the success of TuneQuest, I was like, oh, maybe it's just I'm just gonna go out there and gonna find all these random people. It's gonna be chill to talk to them. The chat's gonna be super cool. We'll have a great time together, and that's kind of what I expected. And then when I got to it, it was like, oh wait, I have to like wait, what if I don't vibe with some of these chatters? How do I like navigate this? How do I curate the people in my chat to be like the people I like without like alienating like the lurkers that are like, wait, why did he say that? That might have been like I don't really jive with this personality anymore, kind of thing. So it was like, I don't know, a little bit disappointing too. I think like in some ways, coming into the environment too, and like prepping all this stuff as a mixed gen was really exciting. And then it was like, oh wait, actually, like you have this huge range of collab partners you can work with like Phase Connect and Prism Project, and then it was like, oh, actually, asterisks, because you're a male VTuber, like you can't really collab with these people unless you can get like a group together to do something. And it's like, oh wait, and then it's like, also you don't want to like make their fans like upset about like your presence in the streams. Like, yeah, you'll see it around like, oh, male VTuber on stream. It's like, oh wait, like especially as a company VTuber, like I have to be super careful, one, about like who I'm collabing with, two, like what I say on stream, too, to like not like come off in a way that would like upset their fans. Because the worst thing you can do is have a collab, and at the end of the collab they're like, one, the person never wants to collab with you again, and two, their audience never wants to see you again either. So yeah. It's like, yeah, it's just like having like the glass kind of like, oh shoot, like the glass kind of shatters. That it's like, wait, that's what the environment is actually like. And it's not like I could just go in there and do the stuff that I want, especially as a corpo VTuber that's like putting up a brand image. It's like, okay, like we're gonna play it safe. Like all this stuff definitely needs to be pre-planned in advance. Like yeah. And so I don't know. That was kind of how the expectations shaped up, and then changed as I went out there. I mean, it's not just the male VTuber part of it too. In like, it's just like, I think male VTubers can be very successful and can like definitely thrive, and you see it obviously with like plenty of examples out there. But it's like, realizing that, I hit the market and I show up, and it's like, oh wait, I'm not garnering like my target audience necessarily, like or maybe I am, but it's like, it's not like the troves of people you see in like the huge popular streamers, and it's like, oh okay, I'm gonna have to really work to foster this audience, and like, how do I do that? And trying to figure that out was all part of the expectations changing, and understanding like what it means to really be a VTuber and do stuff. Yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, you've brought up the idea of a target audience multiple times at this point. What was the target audience that you had when you started streaming?
Honestly, I wanted to just target people that like music, like singing, and just like want to come and hang out and put something on in the background, and then sometimes chat like, oh, that was super cool, or like come out to karaoke's and just like, wow, that was a great song. Like people with similar interests. I think like which is a little bit hard when like my interests too either change a lot or are very like hard to pinpoint. Like, I think I was also still trying to figure out my target audience when I started too, in the sense of just like, I'm gonna stream these games because I think they seem interesting to me, and we'll find out what happens afterwards. And so maybe also by lack of an initial focus, other than someone who likes singing and someone who likes putting on chill casual streams in the background, I didn't really have a good picture, and that's kind of what like led me to struggle for a while to figure out like, one, what I wanted to stream, and two, like what kinds of people I wanted to come to those streams too. So it's really interesting. I think that's something also that just comes with not having prior experience as a streamer, because you don't know what kinds of people are out there too, to like, when you see them in your chat, you're like, oh yeah, these are the kinds of people I want to like draw in more of, and how do I do that? Versus like, oh, these are the kinds of people I don't like jibe with in my chat so much, and it's like hard to keep a conversation going this way, or like they're saying things that are kind of like making me feel uncomfortable kind of stuff, and like finding that balance is very interesting. Yeah.
How much guidance did you get from management when it came to, I suppose, forming a more concrete idea of these things?
I think they gave their best like advice and suggestions, and in the sense that you could ask like, okay, well, what do you think I should stream? Like, what do you think would be helpful? And then they can give you a list of games that's like, oh, these might be interesting, and take it or leave it. Like, you can see if it works. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's worth a shot. Or like, oh, these kinds of songs are popular right now. These might, like, if you post a cover of this song, fans of this anime might come in and like watch your streams and like it as well. So I think those probably are like the best extent of suggestions they could also give. Like, and also when you're doing like, I know there was this trend for a while with like you would post like a video of your model, and like it would just be like you say like a somewhat dirty joke, and then like, I don't know, there was some innuendo with it. I think back in the day we called it Coomer bait.
Yeah. I think we still call it that now, although I don't know.
I think we still call it that.
I don't know if the young ones
like,
have a different term, but yeah.
Yeah, and I remember like I made like one, and then like the manager's like, it's like, don't do that ever again. It was just like, no, you cannot do that. And it was like, okay, I'm never doing that one again. So it was like a little bit of back and forth with like,
I suppose just like experimenting to see something if that works.
Yeah, because like, realistically, they only know the extent of what they know. Like, VTubing, I think you highlighted it in your stream too. Like, VTubing is kind of like, at the time, it was a very untapped market. There were a lot of new things that needed to be tried out, and without the prior experience in it, no one can really say like what will work and what won't until you try it, and hopefully you strike a chord with the people out there. And if you don't, you don't. If you do, you do. Yeah, very much just like, they offer their best 2 cents from their personal streaming experience, but they don't know what kinds of people are gonna randomly show up on your YouTube audience and in your VODs and whatnot. So you just got to give it your best shot. I do remember like they were like, oh yeah, maybe try out like visual novels. Maybe you'll like those kinds of games. And then I realized very quickly into playing visual novels, I'm like, wait, I don't actually like playing visual novels. And then I was like, wait, no, my image of like a comfy streamer that you just come in to watch like a game for, like, or like watch something in the background. It's like, wait, oh no, like I'm getting bored playing these visual novels. That's not entertaining for the people that want something on in the background either. Like, hold on, wait, what do I do now? And so there was a lot of this like, oh, okay, well, we tried that one didn't work. Okay, well, let's try Minecraft. Minecraft seems to be fun. Okay, people kind of like Minecraft, and then I'm like, wait, I don't really like Minecraft. Or it's like, wait, okay, I got diamonds. Cool, guys. Oh shoot, there's no one else on the server. What do I do? So yeah, I think it was, it's kind of fun. That was kind of the support they gave though, and I think it was helpful to. Yeah, this is the best they could have done in my mind. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a very interesting point with the whole, and this is, again, a recurring theme when I was talking about Tsunderia before, but one of the costs of being an innovator is you do something for the first time, no one has any idea of how it's going to go. And from your perspective, because you have Well, I mean, Sun Dream in particular has a very interesting, a very interesting spot when it comes to discussing this particular topic. But from your
Hmm.
perspective, the whole idea of mixed gens, how do you
Mm-hmm.
think? Because one of the things that actually I see Mari bringing up in chat is the idea that mixed gens don't seem very marketable if you're just talking the if you're just talking about the whole corporate side of it, having to make sure it has a target demographic that does numbers, etc., that it is easily marketed in this industry because of the way that the audience demographics are. In your opinion,
Mm-hmm.
what do you think of the marketability of mixed gens being the first one to ever, release in an EN Corpa?
I think I think it's really hard. I think I kind of agree with the sentiment that it's really hard, and it does muddy the demographic to an extent. I think though it does depend on the like what the company's pre-existing brand is. If you're getting dropped independently, maybe it's a little harder to gauge, but like I think if you look at like what Tsunderia was doing beforehand, where it was like all female gens and
Hmm.
all female talents for the most part, and then switching that to a mixed gen. It's like the people that already watched Tsunderia that knew about it were people that watch like girl VTubers, and so naturally when you try to transition that audience to guys, you're going to instantly slim down the people that like, wait, I'm not that interested in guy VTubers. Like, I'll check them
Hmm.
out because I like want to support the friends of the girls and stuff, and like, you know, they're cool, they're chill, like they're homies, but it's like I would rather watch like girl VTuber over guy VTuber kind
Yeah.
of preference. And so I think like if the company already has like that kind of audience set up, targeting like one specific demographic, if the mixed gen doesn't fill in the gaps for both of that, or doesn't like perfectly hit that gen, you're going to get a split of within that mixed gen, the people that have they hit the target audience are gonna just like excel and have more viewership and more success, and the people that don't will just have to kind of work it like an indie and try to find their audience in their own way, rather than just riding off the tailcoats of the company of what the company already has garnered and like fostered as a community. So
Hmm.
I think though there are some really interesting cases, especially when it comes to music, because there are some things you can only do with like a mix of like voice types and stuff.
Hmm.
And so like maybe this isn't so much a VTuber example, but one thing that immediately comes to mind um, is like games and like specifically like Project Sekai. I
Hmm.
thought it was really interesting that like most games kind of up until that point, it's like, you know, you have battleship girls, you have sword guys, you have whatever there were a bunch of other of things that were like very like, oh, all the characters in this game are female, all the characters in this game are male, and they target to specific demographics. But like when games like Arc Knights and like Project Sekai came out, that kind of tried to cater to both audiences. It was really interesting to see how like those still managed to pick up people that were just interested in the underlying concept of the game. Like, oh, I love music, oh, I love like this tactical gameplay, and like whether the character is male or female doesn't matter to me. And I think um like in this realm of VTubing, it's a lot harder to have that. You need to have something. If gender isn't the target demographic you're trying to hit, and you have something underlying, like, oh, we really like music as a whole, we really like, you know, this type of game as a whole, and you can glue, and your company has that like existing brand like that already from like pre-existing like all male, all female gens, and like both of them see like equal success from that demographic. You can put them together and have like that, like we unite the audience and the demographic under this one umbrella that's not gender. It's instead like this specific type of
Something else,
gaming,
like a
yeah,
speciality when it comes to
music.
the kind of content you make.
Yeah, exactly. Like Genshin Impact. Yeah, a great example too of like games that suddenly, like when you can tap into the whole audience and it feeds into like a larger whole, like I think there's still potential there, but it's harder, and specifically in VTubing I think it's harder, just because like a lot of things are, a lot of companies kind of have they're silos of like what demographics people like to watch, or what demographics they have already existing out of there. So
You bring up a pretty interesting point about the whole the need for, I suppose, gen theming and company theming to sort of align with one another in order for that boost that previous audiences attached to the company have to it, in order for that to carry over to the new gen as well. When it comes to Sun Dream's, I suppose, central themes, from the outside looking in, the ones that I picked up on were very music focused, with the whole sort of comfy vibe that comes from the whole sleep theme, I suppose. But I guess it would be, you would probably be you would be in a much better position to sort of fill in the blanks there. From your perspective, like working behind the scenes, what was the sort of, I suppose, the themes that your gen, I suppose, was started off with, versus like how did that evolve over time as well, when you guys actually started streaming?
I think actually this is a good point, and something that's really interesting. And now that I think back on it, it's maybe not the answer you're expecting, but I remember pretty explicitly, like, when they were picking people for the generation, rather than trying to go for a coherent theme, they were trying to target people that were like very different niches specifically. So rather than have like an underlying theme, it was like, let's try to get people that are very different from each other so that they don't have overlapping audiences, and they don't kind of compete for like the same fans in a way. Was like a thought. And I think actually the music thing was kind of just coincidence, that the people that fit like the different, like, filled their different niches, like, didn't, like, they just all happened to know how to do music, and they all happen to have like an impressive music resume, which is like never a bad thing to have. Like, oh, someone's multi-talented, oh, what a shame, like I guess we'll take them. So like, I would say, I mean, I don't know 100% what was going through management's mind, but I do know that a lot of focus was on trying to get people that are dynamic and different from each other to kind of create like a separation of audiences, but also like a separation of interests, and or not separation of interests. Like, what's the right word? Like a diversity of interest, I guess. So, because like I think also if you look on Toonverse as an example, I think that was kind of like a good point of like trying to diversify the types of audiences Tsunderia could grab and reach out to. And so I think Tsundream was kind of just an expansion of that, rather than have like 5 talents that kind of have similar theming and like similar audiences. Have 5 talents that all can do, that are all talented, and it just all happens to be talented central to music, but also like do their own things, and then they can kind of like, if each of them are successful in their own niches, they can dominate those individual niches and then bring back like more people to the whole of Tsunderia, which I maybe in hindsight wasn't like the strongest, the most successful, I guess, business plan, but it in theory, like it kind of makes sense.
It was a risk. It was a risk, but it was a risk that was designed to sort of expand the horizons of the company, which is something that I think is pretty important to emphasize as well. Where, you know, it's not that people just make these decisions for no reason at all. It's, you know, it's often it's the result of a series of calculations that you've made when it comes to, you know, trying to expand the audience that you can cater to as a company.
Yeah, I think audience expansion was like a key point on it. And no, I had something flash through my head and I forgot it.
Oh no! It was bound to happen at some point over the course of the stream.
Yeah, it was gonna happen. Didn't write it down in time, but yeah, it's definitely interesting, and it's a bummer that it didn't quite work out as envisioned. But you know, you do your best, and sometimes you don't succeed.
Yeah, it's just something that happens sometimes when you take risks like that. One thing. So, from what you describe, it sounds like the music thing that your gen ended up sharing was more so incidental to the primary goal of getting 5 talents together who each had who each had a pretty different possible content direction or style of making content. Like people who you could entrust to sort of reach out to different groups of viewers. With the thing that makes that interesting to me is how much do you think the whole, because the way that I phrased it just then, the music thing seems like a secondary goal, but still a goal. Do you think that was a part of the? Do you think that was a part of how you guys were selected, though? Was that even a goal? Is, I suppose, what I'm asking.
I think it was definitely still a goal, but maybe more on an individual basis. I think very prevalent was like the thought that, you know, especially as a male VTuber, if you can sing, like it's more of a rarity, and also like something that like helps you stand out. So it's like, oh, like each person we're hiring has like another asset in their toolkit that they can use to like post covers and grab attention through that way, or something like that. So it was more just like, oh, you know, this is a good talent, and it kind of matches with like the other talents that people have. But yeah, for example, like Kazu isn't necessarily like a singer. Man refuses to sing in like everything. This guy, but like he makes music, and that's a cool thing. But it's not necessarily like, you know, singing. And so it was like, oh, you know, this is potentially like a really cool niche that people could go into, that like and people could get invested in, that wasn't really out there at the time. And so it was like, you know, taking a risk and seeing what would work out there. Oh, and my thought just came back to me that I've forgotten earlier. I think one thing that was interesting too, and I mentioned this earlier too, was like they targeted people without streaming experience. And I think part of that was also to try to give viewers like a new type of experience. Like rather than take someone who's coming from the culture that already exists, like put someone out there in the market who's not so familiar with what the streaming environment is like, and maybe the way that they interact with the streaming environment and like put themselves out there might be different and interesting and refreshing, or like, yeah, just another way that we could distinguish as Tsunderia and you know, grab people's attention for being different. So I don't know, it was an interesting thought. But yeah, maybe that diverged a bit from your question there.
Oh no, that's perfectly fine. Tangents are more than welcome. But I'm just thinking, because it does seem like the hiring, I suppose the hiring strategy does strike me as quite interesting in retrospect. This combination of going for a bunch of talents that have very different branching appeals, at the same time as also looking to grab talents that are a bit newer to streaming, or a bit newer to the culture surrounding streaming and VTubing, etc. Because you don't see a lot of, I suppose you don't see a lot of companies with that mindset when they're grabbing an entire gen. Though this is a product of outside looking in on my part, because I have no idea what goes through the actual interviewers or management's heads when they're looking for new people to join a company. But yeah, that combination of selection criteria does strike me as being quite interesting, especially the fact that you guys were brought in towards the later end of Tsunderia's existence as a company. Because yeah, you don't usually see VTuber companies taking, I suppose, again, for want of a better way of phrasing it, taking more risks with generations the longer they've existed for, I suppose.
Yeah, that's a good point, honestly, now that I think about it. I think, though, Tsunderia just wanted to try to be different in a way, because yeah, I think they kind of embodied the sense of do something different, innovate, and try to succeed with that, and didn't quite pan out. But yeah, I think it is really interesting. I think part of it also was like the sentiment of like Tsunderia wanted to not only be a company that was appealing for people to like watch, but also for people to apply to.
Hmm.
Because if you can kind of position yourself as like a company that says like we take on people with no streaming experience and we turn them into like, you know, professional VTubers, like it's like, wow, wait, you're telling me I can bring my other talents in and like you can grab potentially like a different applicant pool and like more diverse people that maybe bring something very different into the market. And I think also like the thought is also like niches are really important and you have to find your niche. And if a niche is already taken by someone bigger, like you're not going to be able to grab those people.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, rather than expand like vertically, expand like horizontally outwards or like a web to try to like, you know, fit and fill in the gaps that aren't always present.
I feel like that's a sales pitch, and I suppose almost a kind of mindset towards bringing on new people into a company that as I feel like that could only work back when you guys were, you know, when you guys joined Tsunderia from that specific moment or era of the industry. Because I feel like over the last 2 years in particular, it's almost become a kind of red flag when a company goes, yeah, well, you know, well, it doesn't matter if you have any experience whatsoever, we'll turn you into like a VTuber, or we'll turn you into a streamer or whatever, because so many companies since Tsunderia have, you know, come up making that sort of promise or pitch to their audience, only to I suppose under deliver on that. So it is quite interesting for me to look back and think on, I suppose. Again, this is a bit of a recurring theme with Tsunderia, but how you guys did it first, I guess.
Yeah, the thought just went through my mind. The exact same thought. You know, we did it first, right or wrong. Yeah. But it's still a claim to fame to be able to say that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
In one way or another. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was an interesting point. I mean, it did succeed in grabbing a lot of really, really individually talented individuals. I think one thing that was also interesting with Tsunderia's like streaming and hiring mentality was like, I know they intentionally turned away very successful candidates because they wanted to give a chance to like people who wouldn't already be succeeding, if that makes sense. Like people that, you know, had like a lot of talent that just like weren't already well highlighted in what they were doing with their content. And so like it's a little bit of what's the word, like a humane type of like mindset of just like, you know, we want the underdog to succeed, and like we would rather push up the underdog than take someone who already is good and like ride on the coattails of their success.
Almost a humanitarian mindset towards hiring people into the company.
Right. I think that's the right word. Humanitarian. Yeah. And I think that was like, it was well intended, and it came across as like, oh, they really like care about the people, and making that not only like something they say but something they do with the talents they hired, like is pretty like
that's such
unique, I guess.
I feel so dated because hearing you describe the whole. Sorry, this is a bit unrelated to
worries.
Your response specifically, but just the whole idea of a company caring about its talent in that way has become such a I don't know. It's become such a stained idea in recent times, in the way that the industry has panned out, where it is very rare that you are able to hear someone say, you know, in good conscience, yeah, you know, the company like you know, it acted in a way that seemed to exhibit that degree of, you know, I suppose care towards the talents that it was bringing on, or something like that. It seems such a novel and almost impossible thing to discuss in at least in the Western corporate scene nowadays.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, maybe I'm not so plugged in with the happenings because I've been just doing my own thing, but
yeah, no, that's fair enough.
It's definitely interesting.
It's probably something that's more prominent to me because of my content niche. So it's not exactly something it's not something that I would expect other people to instantly it's not something I would expect other people to have at the at the forefront of their minds or anything. But
Yeah.
when it comes to actually, despite all of the road bumps that you had with settling into streaming, which was something that, from the sounds of it, listening back to the VOD that you made after the company closed, it sounds like it was quite an adjustment to make with, trying to settle into becoming a streamer for the first time, being a VTuber for the first time. And I wanted to ask, once, in spite of all those road bumps, did you have any particularly standout memories or stories from your first half year at the company?
I think a lot of it, well, unfortunate timing that like a month after I debuted, I got like a real job that paid like infinitely more than Tsunderia, so a lot of my focus went away from Tsunderia like a month in. But like I do remember like a lot of times coming just home from work, and it's like I mentioned this in the chat for the previous stream, but it was basically like we wanted to do really cool music stuff, even though we weren't the music gen, and like especially having Miori there was like such a treat because we all just wanted to lock in and make stuff. But I think a lot of us also, like, you kind of see it now, struggle with like we have so many things we want to do but no time to do it, and like, I'm tired after work and I don't really want to work on this right now kind of stuff. So like a lot of things nowadays don't come to fruition, but back then, one, we had like so much motivation, and two, the people around us to keep us motivated, and like it led to a lot of really, really cool creations, like the Niji Sanji mashup medley song. Like that was an absolute treat. That was like, brainstorming and coming up with these ideas and just sitting in call, like while you're working on one project, you're like, wait, what if we did this as the next one? And you're like, wait, we should totally do that. Or like someone just coming in like into the call, like, oh, I had this idea. What if we did this? And then and just having it all come together, and like it's like, you need to record this now. You're gonna sit in the voice chat right now, and we're gonna have you record kind of stuff to like hold people accountable. Having it all be in one place too, and like, just having like, I'm sure like a lot of you guys can maybe relate to just having that one Discord server that you always check first when you come home. Or something. And it's like that was the server. It was just like, oh shoot, I wonder if there's anything new in the Tsunderia server that people are talking about. Like, and just like the good memories from those times were just like, how productive we were. And like when our like covers did well, it was a celebration for like all of us in the company, because it's like, oh yeah, like it not only feeds like the main person that posts it, but also like the people who are involved in it, and like the company's reputation as a whole. And like, when things succeeded, it was awesome. It's like, if you hit you hit on the algorithm, and if you don't, you try again or do something different. But and unfortunately also led to a lot of really passionate projects that didn't succeed as much. But it's they say musicians are a dime a dozen, and I think the same goes with sometimes YouTube videos.
Sure.
And, like, you throw in like a bunch of dimes, and eventually like one of them will hit the YouTube algorithm and turn into like $1 million or something like that. I don't know.
But all you can do is really hope, pray, and cross your fingers.
And if you consistently find success with like posting your music projects or like YouTube shorts, TikToks, and whatnot, and like really like accelerating your channel growth, it's awesome. And if you don't, you're like, oh, this video died, or like you check it like a day later, and it like you don't see the content spike anymore, or like the view spike, and you're like, oh, okay, the YouTube decided they hate this video now. Okay, on to the next one. It's is what it is. But other fun moments. I think you highlighted a lot of them already in the stream, like the Tsun Phase Prism server was like, that was so cool. I think one of the things that I do really miss from being a corpo VTuber is like, even though I mentioned like it was harder to collab with like the girls and stuff, you still could. In the sense that it's like, oh, I get to meet all these really cool people and like hang out with them and like do like these really wacky stream collabs and stuff, and like it's like, oh, okay, well, he's a corpo VTuber, it's fine. And like that was a really fun time because I felt like I was like the most, I don't know, like socially wide that I'd ever been, and like just making friends left and right, and having a good time, and just like meeting these people, and you know, to some extent the people behind the streamers and stuff. It was really cool, and yeah, just making a lot of friends within the corpo VTuber scene it's a good time. Like yeah, I just made a lot of cool acquaintances that I still talk to nowadays and play games with occasionally, and it's like yeah, making lasting friendships, which is maybe something that isn't really put out there on like the streaming world, but is something that just happens behind the scenes naturally, and it's really nice. Yeah.
I do find that that's something that's very underemphasized when people talk about corpos nowadays, because I feel like it's become fashionable to sort of go corpo bad with no nuance besides that. But that's I suppose that's one of the parts of being a corpo VTuber that is often overlooked, which is the whole aspect of it enhances your ability to meet and interact with more people while also providing a kind of, again, want of a better way of phrasing it, I feel like that's becoming a recurring theme here, but it's sort of almost a sort of a Qualcomm stamp on you as a person, or you as a fellow creator, where being part of a corporate provides a kind of vetting legitimacy almost that, you know, that you don't quite get when you're just one indie reaching out to another indie.
Right. All you can really glean is like, oh, you know, I watched some of their VODs and their subscriber count or whatnot, and
yeah,
you know,
I don't
some of
know
their
if
tweets,
because
yeah.
like if someone's part of a corpo, generally speaking, they're going to have a bunch of skills and a bunch of obligations when it comes to. It basically selects for people who have the ability to get along well professionally and, you know, extra professionally with other people. That's a skill set that people tend to take for granted when they're thinking about corpo VTubers. That you don't have the same level of guarantee for, I feel, when you are just going up to another creator when you're both indies and you're just talking to them for the first time.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. I think it's really, yeah, it's definitely like a huge like stamp of validation saying like, you know, this person is good to work with, and you know, like if they aren't following through on like the recordings and whatnot, it's like, okay, management, like what are you doing with this guy? Which is something like I mean, I'm behind on a lot of my deliverables for things in progress now, and it's like, oh, management can't hold me at gunpoint, but I still should. Yeah, you have to rely a lot more on your motivation and stuff, and yeah, you can't get
that does tend to make things a little more difficult. Yeah. Actually,
but I think like,
sorry.
Yeah, the fact that like the companies have rules themselves also on like what you can say and what you can do and what you can't do, like also helps a lot with like, you know, you're gonna go on stream with this person and they're not going to say something atrocious that will immediately get you both canceled by like association.
Yeah. You've got a safety net there. People talk about restrictions as if they're this sort of like this unilaterally evil thing, but in reality, it just introduces a degree of safety and consistency that you might find a little bit more difficult to try and achieve outside of that framework.
Yeah, I think a lot of things are set up for protection, or at least back in Tsunderia they were, and like it's like things you probably shouldn't tweet and things you probably are okay with tweeting. Like yeah. It's like also commenting. I think one thing that's also interesting is like commenting on the status of other corpos and commenting on other corpos as a whole is something that's like generally taboo amongst corporation VTubers. And so like you'll see like it's pretty I think unusual that I would even like people ex-corpos even would like go on a stream like this to talk about the corpo experience, because like this is something that like it's in the rules usually, like do not go on these types of channels and talk about the company. It's like it's just a red flag as a whole, because it's like, okay, well, you could just, if you say something wrong, you just totally destroy the brand image, and like yeah, it could also like feed into like drama mongering and whatnot. So like, it's companies like to play it safe, and if you ever notice like why you ever notice also like why people like don't acknowledge controversy once it like gets out there often? Really any corpo, it's like take a moment to think about it. they probably would like to address it, but they can't. Or
Yeah.
like, you know, it's
Something
yeah,
I've always said
it's
on
just
my
what it
channel
is.
as well is that usually that is the best play, to just not acknowledge it. If you're going to fix it, the best way to do it would probably be behind the scenes. Yes, some people are going to not be happy with that, but at the end of the day, if the problem gets fixed, it doesn't really matter if people in the audience know exactly how it's been fixed. As long as it's resolved, nobody is going to care in about like 3 to 6 months. So
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
I understand the whole I I understand the whole drive to want to publicly address something sometimes, but again, one of the recurring themes that's cropped up in my channel's content is, one, it shouldn't be up to the talents to do that. If something is going to be publicly addressed, that's literally the job of, you know, management or the company. That's what they exist for. But the other thing is also that, yeah, people to quote someone far more experienced than me in the industry's workings, transparency is a meme, right? It's not no company that touts itself on the basis of being transparent to date has proven itself to actually be worth the level of, I suppose, goodwill that messaging tends to garner on social media. If a company is truly effective, they're usually going to stay quiet about how they are effective when it comes to dealing with internal problems or even external controversies. So
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Oh,
Yeah,
the other
I
thing
agree
that I was going to ask was, when you described the whole process of actually creating these projects, it sounds like a very free-flowing type of process. So,
Yeah.
yeah, what was the
Sorry, go
methodology
ahead.
behind that actually, like, what actually like?
I think the first thing was just like, oh, we have this idea, and you just message them in DMs, and it's like, okay, well, let's message in our manager chats and make sure like we're okay to do this, because they kept track of all the projects we're doing. Obviously, one, to make sure we weren't overloaded. Two, to also make sure they actually got done, and three, to make sure like someone just didn't have too many projects lined up and like that it would be imbalanced. Whether that was for the books or also just for like talent fairness sake too is like another thing, because one thing that Tsunderia did that also no other corpo that existed at the time that I know of within like the ones that expired and then were able to tell me this stuff, like we're actually funding the talents covers. Like
Oh.
Tsunderia basically funded our covers, which is also why we couldn't really do too many of them, because like it's just sapping the company's resources every time.
Definitely.
So like in some ways it was good and bad, but like anything that we wanted to push through is like, okay, well, you know, we got to get the budget for it, and so like we got to get it approved so that we can actually pay the people we're commissioning to do this. And that's also where it's like, oh well, I can mix all my own stuff, this will make it a lot easier to release stuff. And so it's a lot easier for me to start projects, because I'd say, okay, well, we only have to pay for visual stuff, and so you know, like, okay, well, Miori will do like the timing and tuning, and I'll do the mixing, and then boom, this is our visuals budget, let's go find some artists. And like sometimes also within the project scope, like the managers would be like, oh, would you like to do you have an artist already in mind, or do you want us to find someone? And then they could like go through the commission process, especially if it was like one of those sites where you have to like use another language, like schema, or I don't think we use Scab at all, but like something like that. Like they would help with like doing the translation work and stuff. I don't know if it was actual like language basis or DeepL for translation work, but yeah, I think it's very effective in just like, oh, okay, well, we reach out to this artist, we get the artwork in, we reach out to this animator or this MV person, we get the video made, and you provide the audio, and boom, like that's the project there. And there were like points of like checking in, like, how is this project going? If I remember correctly, we had like weekly or bi-weekly meeting check-ins, and so it was just like, okay, well, how are your projects going, and like, you know, anything behind here, when's this gonna happen, kind of stuff like that. So that's kind of what the process was like. Freeform in getting things started, but if anything required money, it was a little less freeform and kind of had to go on the books. So I think that's also why you'll see like model shorts coming out a lot easier from people, or within Tsunderia at least, because it's like, okay, well, you already bought your VTuber model, or well, the company has that paid for. You don't need to commission extra like instrumentals for like visuals and whatnot. So all that it takes is seeing if Tomo's free to mix it on a Saturday or something. Like, yeah, I definitely mixed a few things for people, but it was more like casual. Like, it wasn't like management asking. It's more just like, oh, yo, are you free? Oh yeah, I'm free. I can do this real quick for you. Kind of stuff.
So when it comes to allocating company funding, so I'm assuming that you guys get allocated a budget for all of the different parts of what a cover would require, things like art, things like mixing, things like recording. So was there a portion of the budget that was sort of set aside for the talents who would be doing the mixing as well? Because I remember you saying in chat for the previous stream that you were still paid for doing the mixing for Tsunderia projects.
For like big company projects, but for anything that it was kind of like, oh, this is my thing that I'm doing, it was just like, oh, I mix it myself, and I'm not paying myself, or I'm not getting paid by the company to do that stuff because I just want to push out this cover for cheaper. I mean, in a sense, it was also making my budget pool cheaper, which allowed me to potentially do like more stuff.
Yeah.
But we also didn't necessarily know the number for like what our budget was, and it was because it wasn't super solid. It was kind of just as we go, and we don't really like have like a this is your cover budget for the month kind of thing for each person. And maybe that wasn't made available to us because like they didn't want like us to know that like, okay, well, someone who clearly makes more money has like a bigger cover budget or whatnot.
Yeah.
That's entirely speculation, by the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, like
I feel like that's one of the
we didn't.
It's one of the things that's more taboo to acknowledge, but it is sort of some like if you earn more, you have a larger amount of funds that get taken by the company's cut, and that's therefore a larger pool that they can draw from when they're reinvesting that funding into more projects for you, I suppose.
Yeah. But honestly, I really don't know the workings behind like what the actual conversations were of like, that's okay, fair. Well, this person has like a bigger budget than this person.
Yeah.
And we're going to approve this project, but we're not going to approve this person's project. But yeah, it was very much like well, you just see if you can get your project approved. And like, if they say yes, yay. And if they don't, well, I guess we'll wait until this other project comes out, or like wait a few weeks or months, and then hopefully be okay to try again and push through this specific project. There were also times where it's like, oh, like, I remember, I think for first anniversary, I was like, oh, I kind of want to do this song. And like all the other towns are like, oh yeah, we should do this song. And then we pitch it and they're like, why this song? It's like, this song is not well known. And it's not like, it's weird that like, this doesn't fit your theming at all. Like, why do you want to do this song? And it's like, well, it's cool. And we're like, we're going to say no to that one. Maybe if it was a different song. And I was like, oh, but the song is really cool. So, yeah, I mean, but like from a manager perspective, if you get pitched like an obscure, like, I don't even know how many views the original song actually has from like, let me just check this. Like on their actual YouTube release. Like if this was 3 years ago, yeah, it was a song that even now, released 3 years ago, like only has around 500,000 views on the official YouTube post. Like that is not a widely known song, right? It's like a song that like people liked and watched, but it's not like, boom, this is like you're covering Iris Out or something like from the new Chainsaw Man movie, or like you're singing the ending from a really obscure anime that like only people that played the game watched, kind of thing. And so it's like I could see management's perspective of like, maybe we should pick a more popular song. Like people sense. You're not going to get people watching your cover because you posted a cool song and they like the song. You're going to get people, you're not going to attract any new audience basically with that, which is like, it's a bummer, but it's a reality that I think is important to acknowledge.
Yeah. It's again, another one of those sort of like business things that just, you need something to make financial sense before you allocate funding for it, I suppose.
Yeah, so like they were generous, but they also didn't let us run completely wild. Yeah. Like something had to have some sense of reason behind it, especially if it was going to be like relatively costly.
Yeah,
and, like this is like a boom, like you have to pay for artwork for 5 talents and animation, and it's like an anniversary thing. Like, okay, well,
that would
like, that's gonna be a huge budget, and like we would like this to succeed rather than not. So, yeah. That's kind of where that comes from.
That kind of ties into another question that Sharona's Slave asked in chat, which was company funding an option or a necessity when it came to these projects? Like, did you have to go through company funding when it came to making these projects?
That's actually a really good question. And yes, it was a necessity. You weren't allowed to pay things out of your own budget, actually, which was really something interesting. Something that I kind of had, like, it seems like really good on paper, right? But also if you want to do a lot of covers and you happen to have funds available to you that you can use on that, then it's like, wait, suddenly this isn't like such a great setup anymore.
I see. Okay.
Which was kind of what I ended up with because, well, I had my real job and I was like, well, I have all this extra money that I can throw at things. And,
okay.
And it was like, oh, I want to do this cover, and like I would like to commission rush fees because the song just came out, and if I release it like next week, it's gonna pop off. And it was just kind of like, well, I mean, we don't really have the budget for that, and you're not allowed to fund your own stuff, so you're gonna have to find an artist that will do it for free or something, like grab a friend or something. But like, I had like an official petition in to like allow myself to get self-approved, like just self-fund my covers, because I'm like, well,
because
my covers
you're
do
in
well
the
when they
position.
do well, so like, yeah, and like this is kind of my niche, so I like to like expand on this more. And like I think due to, well, one, I don't know exactly what happened behind the scenes, but like a few like weeks to a month passed and I like still couldn't really get a straight answer. And I know that the mentality was also like talent fairness.
But because if they make an exception for
like,
you, then that kind of means that they would have to at least consider making the exception for others as well, I would assume.
Yeah, exactly. But like, it didn't quite ever officially get approved, which, and like, I talked to like the other members of the gen, they're like, dude, yeah, I don't see why not. And then like, I don't know. It was kind of one of those situations where it's like, oh, I didn't really think it was a problem, but I could see why management could think it was a problem, but I still don't quite agree. And like to this day, I don't think I still quite see eye to eye on that. I'm still, that's one of the few things where I'm like, man, I wish they'd let me do that, or at least given me an answer sooner. Because in the end, I don't think I ever got an answer before the company shut down.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I see what you mean. Yeah. That policy does strike me as being quite odd because, well, I mean, I can see the rationale behind it, which is, I suppose, making sure that anything that gets released with the company's stamp on it has actually been... Sorry, give me a second. Had an allergy moment. But, yeah, I could imagine that anything that gets released with the company's banner, branding, whatever, would probably, it's probably a good idea to have that go through the company's own, financial approval process or whatever. But I suppose it's, I mean, I guess it's also something that safeguards talents from maybe bankrupting themselves with like funding covers if they're not in a position to do so sustainably, I guess.
That's a good point as well. Like, if they suddenly have to make that exception and then it puts talents in like it then puts talents into a precarious situation that they could have avoided by not doing that. It's like guilty conscious in a way too. And also like, if we hadn't done that, then, maybe they still would have been able to succeed as a Tsunderia streamer or whatnot. So.
Preventing potential drama if someone vastly out-earns someone else and can pump out more covers while others can't. Yeah, I could see that aspect of it as well, I suppose.
That's a good aspect too, especially if those covers are then also feeding them being able to earn more too. It's like, oh, wait, this seems like unfair treatment. It's like, boom, wait, why don't you do that for the other person that could also like pump out covers like crazy and then they could also succeed like crazy too. And it's like, potentially.
I do wonder how much those different ideas of brand's consistency, I suppose parity, etc., played into the rationale behind that particular policy. But yeah, I don't think this is very common because usually for other companies, from what I've seen, it does seem to be more so that talents pay out of pocket for at least a portion of their projects. So was it entirely forbidden in Tsunderia for you guys to do that?
Yeah, basically, actually,
Oh,
which is interesting. Yeah,
yeah, that is
yeah, it was like,
striking as being a
yeah,
little different from industry norm nowadays, I suppose.
yeah, it definitely was. That was like the one thing that was like, oh, it's nice until it's not nice.
Yeah, yeah, I
But
suppose.
yeah,
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
every sort of business practice has sort of costs and benefits. I suppose the cost of that was just if you have the ability to fund your own covers, you're in a bit of a tight spot.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely one of those interesting asterisks in Tsunderia's history.
Hmm.
Mhm.
When it came to pitching projects to management, was there ever a point where you kind of was there a project where you were perhaps a little more hesitant when it came to pitching it, or were they all just kind of I'll just throw it out there because why not?
I think pretty much, well, at least for me, everything was throw it out there because I don't know, I get pretty what's the word? Impulsive when it comes to covers sometimes, and so it's just like, oh, I want to do this. Boom, send the message. Why wait? Kind of thing. So I don't think there was really any selection. I mean, mentally there was just like, okay, well, I probably can't do this song because it's like really whack. But like I think I'm trying to remember. Did they? I think for the most part they still let me do some obscure songs, but also at the time I was like pretty focused on also doing songs that I thought would do well and
Hmm.
succeed. So like I think I was pretty aligned with like, you know, I think this song will do well and I would like to cover it, and I'm kind of covering it because I think it would do well, and they would agree for the most part. Except for that one, like, except for the Gen song that I wanted to propose that was like very obscure, and I was just like, I just like this song a lot.
Mm.
But yeah, when it comes to like personal projects, I'm like very much like, oh, boom, like this new cover comes out, I want to like sing it so because I know it'll do well. But when it comes to group covers, it's like, well, there's no guarantee you can get everyone to record in time because everyone has their own schedules.
Yeah.
I I like maybe that was a point of hesitation where it was like internally I was just like, okay, I'm not going to suggest these kinds of hyper aggressive projects that would involve other people, knowing that they might not be able to like accommodate that within their schedules and stuff.
Actually, since you raised that, was the process for pitching projects, as in things like songs or covers, different from pitching things like events?
Oh, that's a good question. Because I only really pitched covers and not so much events. But I think for the most part, it was just like asking their group chat or asking the manager chat and see if they say yay or nay. And if you had multiple talents suggesting it at the same time, it would take more. Have more weight than like just one person saying I want to do this and then it doesn't happen. I think though, like for example, like the Minecraft server was like, I don't think that was a talent's suggestion. I think that was put together by management for the most part. Because like the CEOs, I'm pretty sure they're friends.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm sure like they all talk to an extent, and we're just like, oh, this is a good idea. Why don't we do this over
One
like a
of the-
game of League of Legends?
One of the funnier things when I was doing research for that stream is going back through old tweets and seeing tweets like Char saying that Sakuna peer pressured PPP into getting drunk behind the scenes at some point at some sort of meetup that they were doing or something along those lines. But yeah, no, I could definitely see where the seeds of something like the Minecraft server might have come from, because there was that interview that Urara did with Sakuna where both of them were discussing how doing some sort of cross-company event would be nice if it weren't for the fact that the schedules were so hard to align. And I guess the Minecraft server did solve that quite elegantly, because yeah, you just have that thing there that anyone can use whenever it's convenient to them, and you don't have to arrange anything formal per se. People just go in and out whenever it's convenient.
Yeah, that's a good point. With yeah, because I noticed, yeah, we didn't really have like a crazy schedule of like we're going to do this project and we're going to do that project. Like stuff that was handed down was pretty much like you can volunteer to join this collab or something, or like Prism wants to put this on and like we can join this if you want to, and here's the link and whatnot. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I really can't speak for other talent-based events because I also think the talents were just busy with like stuff they were doing on their own. So it's like, yeah, hard to come together with stuff. And I think things like anniversaries and call-ins and stuff was kind of like a given that didn't. I mean, you still need to say like, hey, I'm setting this up. Can you like forward it to like some of the talents that are harder to reach and stuff like that? But for the most part, pretty much the same process of like if you wanted to do something, just ask about it.
Do you have a favorite event that you were perhaps the most proud of, or the most proud of having participated in, looking back?
I think it's probably the Minecraft server, honestly. There were just so many funny moments from that, and like not just within, but like intra corpo. So it was just a good time. Yeah, and like never had like an opportunity since then to like just do so many random funny things. Even though I don't play Minecraft that often. I'm not a huge Minecraft gamer, but like, yeah, it's just one of those games where you can just have a lot of fun moments with other people that you don't even need to know that well. So it's good. Yeah.
What was peak Tsunderia in your opinion, or from your perspective?
I think peak Tsunderia was honestly, like you mentioned, like when Toon Dream debuted and the hype was all there, and like when I was also still all there because I didn't have my job yet, and I was like, that was when I was really involved in jumping in the voice chat all the time with doing projects and stuff, and that's kind of where the seeds of the Niji Sanji medley were planned, and all this other project stuff.
Oh,
I think
wow.
that was also around the time.
So the Niji Sanji medley was an idea even that early into your gen's existence.
Yeah, I think Mio had it for a long time cooking in her brain, and then once Toon Dream kind of came out, it was like, oh yeah, wait, we can get them to sing it. And it was but things like that started coming together, and like I think there were other collabs that also got put together. Like there was like this mashup of Giga P songs that I did with Aoi and Shiki from Prison Project, and like getting that together was a good time. Getting to plan all these like super cool projects with like really, really, really talented singers. It was like all like, oh, this is peak Tsunderia for me. I think also around the time like My Holo TV Rion was still around. He was like basically the only other guy in the VTuber corpo scene, and so like doing stuff with him was a good time too. But he eventually went on to graduate as well, and like unfortunate things around, but. Yeah, around that time, there were a lot of corpos present that no one had really gone into decline yet. And so it was not just a peak for Tsunderia, but a peak for like the small corpo indie scene of just like up and rising companies releasing gens left and right, and all these talents coming into the pool that you got to meet and work with. And so it was really just peak small corpo VTuber culture, I think, at the time.
Yeah, that's a time that I can't say I'm nostalgic for, because that is before my time. But when I go around and I look at what other VTuber fans who were around the time, when they talk about this particular period of the industry's history, it is very much with that overarching sense of wistfulness and nostalgia, because it's I don't see much resembling that nowadays. At least not on this side of the industry. I suppose the industry has grown to the point where that kind of thing is. I don't think you're going to be able to find it again, to be completely honest, even if that might be a bit of a pessimistic assessment.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is also riding on the coattails of the pandemic too.
Yeah,
where
that
like
too.
things were still all good, and like audience retention was still good, and like 2020, what was it, 2021, roughly 2021 into 2022, we were like, we hadn't quite exited the pandemic yet.
Yeah.
Like, still had extra paid COVID leave at my job. That was great. Wish we still had that. Extra 2 weeks of PTO. But anyways, like, once that like realization that we're exiting the pandemic and there are other job opportunities and people are coming off the internet was like settling down, that's when like people were like, oh wait, the finances aren't so good. And then one, people were going back to work, so there weren't as many like people entering the VTuber industry too, and and people are like quitting to like, wait, I could just work a real job and make way more money. Kind of stuff like this. So
makes sense.
It's nature of the situation.
Yeah, that does the circumstantial factors are probably a lot more significant than acknowledged when it comes to why that particular era could even come into existence to begin with.
Yeah, that's a good point.
By the way, I know that I said I'd try to stick to the 2 hours, but are you okay to go for an additional hour beyond this point because it's just
Yeah, yeah.
a few more
Should be
things.
fine.
Okay, just
Yeah,
making
realize-
sure. I didn't want to detain you for like too long in case you had something you really needed to do. But
No worries. Yeah, we can push it another hour. I'm okay with that.
Okay, all right. Just making sure. But yeah, no. The other thing that I want to ask, because you did bring up how sort of this was a kind of golden age for small corpo / indie scene in general in the West. But then, after I suppose after that sort of crest, when it comes to how well people were able to do for themselves in this industry, because things were changing in the in the world around people here, but also in terms of just companies beginning to realize that perhaps their margins are not as wide as they'd like, or is not as wide as necessary in order to sustain their continued operation. At what point during your time at Tsunderia did you begin to have doubts about the company's future?
I think the first moment was when ToonQuest left. Actually, no. The first moment was when Urara left. And I think, because following that, I think the sentiment had been within the company, if Urara leaves, a lot of people were going to leave because she got a lot of stuff done. And so when the first wave of like ToonQuest leaving happened, I think that's kind of when, like, almost in an instant, it felt like the soul of Tsunderia died, which was really, really, like, it was like everything was great, and then boom, like you hit the second half of the movie where it totally changes the theme, and like suddenly the happy-go-lucky, like, cute film has turned into a horror film, and it's just like, oh wait, this is not good.
Yeah.
And it was really just like, I think from that moment on, things were just kind of in decline. And it was just like losing like so many people that were integral to, at least for me, to like my initial formation of the image of Tsunderia, because like ToonQuest is what I had watched, like to get my view of what Tsunderia was. I mean, to an extent, but like having that like core memory kind of removed from the experience was suddenly like, oh wait, okay, this is kind of empty now. And yeah, it was really like, yeah, it was that moment, I think, that it's like the seeds of doubt had started to sow. It's really unfortunate. Yeah. I mean, like there were things done to stem the bleeding. Like we did get more managers in, but it's just like not only like with like we still had Toon Dream there, and it was good to do stuff together, but without ToonQuest there, it really felt like, yeah, especially Mio too. Like I was definitely bummed that I couldn't just like, crank out as many projects as easily with Mio too, because like she was no longer under the same umbrella. It's a bummer. Yeah.
Actually, because
yeah,
what was it like to meet your senpais after joining the company?
Oh, it was really interesting. Really exciting, of course, too, knowing like, oh wow, these are like these established streamers, and like they're excited to meet us. I remember like early on, actually pre-debut. This is a memory that like you asked about pre-debut earlier that I totally forgot about, but like there was this Google Doc. Actually, the Christmas relay that happened was in preparation and planning during our pre-debut phase. So that was like planned way out. Yeah, these things take a good amount of planning. So there was like a sign-up sheet, and this was the first time that we'd ever been able to contact like our senpais and stuff. So like first we were just entering like our songs into the sign-up sheet, and then we realized we could chat in the sign-up sheet. So we just started chatting in like the Excel. It was either an Excel or a Google Doc or something. And then like it's like, oh my god, it's nice to meet you, what's up? And it's like, wait, no, they're still in baby jail, you can't talk to them, like stop using the Google Doc. And I think they had to like lock it down. But like so that was cute. It was like super excited. I remember, I think it was like Callan that was like talking to us. It was like, oh my god, so excited to meet you guys. Or like, so and so is so excited about X person and stuff, like joining the group. And like, yeah, it was really cute, actually. It was just really wholesome. But yeah, like, And then they were like, wait, no, stop, don't do that. You're not supposed to talk to them yet. But I remember like we all joined the call, and like I don't know why, but there was like we just all piled into like the VC chat, and like for some reason like they were watching, like, was it Naked and Afraid or something? And I was just like, what am I doing here? What is happening? It was just like, it was a surreal experience.
What?
But I think like there was a lot of like, oh my god, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but so and so is so excited to have you be part of the company. They love your singing, or like they love like what you do, or something like this. And there's like a lot of just like shh, I don't want them to know that I'm really a big fan of them, kind of thing, like between both the kohais and the senpais. So it was it was actually really just like so exciting for everyone, and really just a wholesome point in time.
That sounds because one of the other things I was going to bring up is one of the other tweets that I ended up finding when I was trawling through looking for archives of how things went during your debut was I found Callan's tweet thread about Sundream's debut, and it was just, you know, all five of you really like shot her through the heart when you guys debuted. It was really nice to go back and read through. But yeah,
I honestly probably should go back through a nostalgia trip too. It sounds like a good time. But man, yeah, like everyone was so supportive of us like joining and coming along, and like it was really just wholesome. And like, oh yeah, I think some people were a little bit more intimidating to approach than others, because it was just like, oh, you know, they're my senpai, I don't want to bother them. But like, you know, some people made themselves very easy to approach, and it was just such a good time. I think one thing, actually, a sentiment that was there that I remember now was like, we got us five, Tsundream, got really, really close during pre-debut in the server. And I think actually it became a little bit intimidating for like some of the senpais to approach us too, because we were kind of like, yeah, you think about like a clique in high school, and you're like, oh, I'm not gonna walk in while all five of them are on the voice call. Like, seems kind of weird, you know, versus like, you know, we were kind of just like, oh my god, wait, the senpai finally joined, yay. So like, I think like maybe we became a little bit unapproachable in that sense, but it was just a little bit unfortunate. But I wish we could have conveyed that, like, yo, this is free for anyone to join, and like we'd love to get to know you guys more, you know, back in the day. But like, yeah, we did what we could, and it was a good experience either way.
One of the things that does really strike me about your gen in particular was the amount of, well, I was trying to think of a good word for it, because I feel like unity is overused, because that's not quite what I was thinking. But the amount of solidarity you guys had as a unit, which has outlived even the company itself, is something that I find to be quite amazing, to be honest. Because this is like, you don't see this, well, at least not, well, I personally haven't seen this as anywhere near as commonly throughout other different points in the industry. Sundream in particular seems like a very close-knit unit.
Yeah, I think honestly a lot of it just formed in our pre-debut, where, you know, we went through like the training arcs. I think also having like the homework assignments, honestly, it was like we messaged like, what the hell are you doing for this thing? I don't know, man. Oh, whose streams are you watching? Like, it takes you back to like high school or something. It was like good times. But also having been through like having done it first with the company crashing amongst others was kind of like the, you know, everyone's holding hands while the Titanic's sinking. Like,
okay. Yeah, I can see how that might like, bring, it's like it brings you together,
but you don't die.
Yeah.
At the end of it. So yeah, pre-debut bonding and also post-mortem bonding was also like, I mean, also the fact that like we kind of went through it together, and also just, you know, we were the biggest gen too, so like there was a lot of just like, oh, what do you think about this idea going on between us? That was like very wholesome. I think we all you kind of said it believed in or you said it in the stream prior, like believed in the potential of everyone's talent within Sundream, and we're like, you know, we have so much we can offer. if only we locked in and offered it. But
Well,
yeah,
I mean, it's not.
it was.
I don't even think that the difference maker would have been you guys locking, because there were certainly circumstances outside of your control that were basically, you know, that went into the company's decline. Well, actually, in line with that, one of the obviously when a company collapses, right, when people start looking around and, you know, pointing fingers and going, who's responsible, the answer is always going to center back to, you know, leadership, right, the executive body of the whatever the company was. And I suppose this is something that I find very difficult to kind of get a handle on myself, not just because of the fact that I was working off of only, as I said before, public archived information, but also because as a figure, the head of Tsunderia was pretty enigmatic, in the sense that I don't think PPP was very public of a person, even while he was CEO of Tsunderia. So I just wanted to ask, what was PPP like from what you saw of him as a boss?
I think what I saw of him as a boss is very much the same of what I see of him as a person, because I still see him occasionally, actually, really funny enough. But I think he's very much an enigma in the way he thinks and goes about things. And I think like some of the wacky ideas from Tsunderia too kind of stem from him. I know he wanted to have like a centipede VTuber concept for a while. Very interesting. Honestly, probably would have sold well. But as a boss, I think the thing that comes up often, and PPP, if you're watching this, I'm sorry, but I think you might agree with something that a theme that came up was PPP wrangling, where and I think it was said on stream too a few times, probably within some of the management streams, but like sometimes you gotta get him to make a decision, and like the decisions are hard, and I respect that, but you know, forcing someone to make a decision can be tricky, especially if there's a lot weighing on it, and I think some of those decisions were very hard for him, and maybe put things off a little bit. I think also as an enigmatic man and guy who has a lot of very interesting and left field ideas sometimes he would have ideas and pitch them to the management body, and they'd be like, no, we don't want to do that. The centipede girl being one of them.
Okay, I see. I mean, to be fair,
so, like,
bug VTubers might have been a bit ahead of the curve at that point in time.
I agree. Yeah, I think honestly, yeah, they really would have been, and they do well now, but a man of very many ideas, and maybe as the idea person behind like the creation of Tsunderia, it kind of makes sense. But like I think as the CEO, you have to be a little bit more than just idea person, and so that was not necessarily his strong suit as a boss, doing things that were outside of the idea realm.
I suppose, well, when you talk about PPP wrangling, I remember in the previous stream in chat, I think, if I remember correctly, was it you that said that the one who was perhaps the most proficient at doing so was Urara? They came just like sort of forcing him to pull his finger on the trigger when it came to certain things.
Yeah, I think at the moment, like back then when Ura was there, I wasn't like, management stuff was less more of like an enigma to me still, but from the tales and stuff that I've heard, very much it was like, well, also my experience too. Ura kind of had like this aura around her that was like very, very like intimidating and get stuff done-y. So like, I think that in and of itself was, and matter of factness, was very effective in just like getting him to lock in and make decisions, or like push things forward and through. I know she sacrificed a lot of her time, to make sure that things happen. But
yeah, because the other thing I was going to say as well is I imagine it would be quite difficult, because I know that Char was also a part of management in the earlier parts of Tsunderia's existence as a company. I imagine that, even if you are a manager, it would be quite difficult if you are friends with someone to sort of force them into a point where, that they're going to be uncomfortable to make a decision. or that might affect like the future trajectory of the company or something like that. So
Right.
I would imagine that would have been another factor in why Urara was perhaps head wrangler, I suppose, when it came to that particular
Yeah,
aspect
I
of
could
things.
see that. Yeah. I could definitely see that too. I mean, I don't necessarily know what Char and PPP's working dynamic was like actually. I haven't heard too much about that, and they haven't really told me, so
That's
I'll
fair
leave
enough.
it to them to keep it private if they want to. But I could definitely see, like, yeah, it makes sense in that light.
Actually, on the topic of what the leadership body of Tsunderia was actually like, one of the things that I found to be quite one of the I suppose communicative quirks that I found to be quite weird about Tsunderia in terms of how the company would make formal announcements towards the end of its existence was the inconsistency between how the company notices that they posted on the Tsunderia corporate Twitter account would be signed off. So sometimes it would be signed as, Tsunderia, sometimes it would be signed as PPP, sometimes PPP would use his real name, and then there was one other instance where specifically, I think I can pull this up on stream, because okay, there it is. So yeah, there was one notice that they posted in January of 2023 where they were talking about the staff changes because of the managers that they recruited previously over the course of the second half of 2022 leaving. They were talking about how, it was signed off with Jack and B, and that was the first time that it was signed off by us, from what I could see at least. It was signed off by a second, I presume, member of the executive body at Tsunderia. But I have no idea who that B person is. So I was just going to ask, were there any other members of the executive body at Tsunderia that you knew of besides PPP? Or specifically, if you knew of who B was?
No, it was basically like just PPP. My understanding of Tsunderia's org structure was we have the talents, we have the managers, and we have PPP. And like maybe people existed outside of that were like outside consultants or whatever, but like that, it was like the people that were visible to me were the managers and PPP, and like that's all I knew of Tsunderia's workings. And like in my head it made sense, like, okay, well, the managers tell us stuff and then they run it by PPP, but the managers get all the stuff done, kind of stuff.
Yeah. So PPP is like making decisions, whereas the managers are handling the sort of boots on the ground type of work, I imagine.
Yeah. So when the B announcement came up, it's like, wait, since when?
Yeah.
I guess the other body we'd heard about from the beginning was like investors. So we heard that like, okay, so and so, like there is or are investors who are anonymous to us and we don't know about. So like their identities would remain anonymous for the majority of like our time in Tsunderia, or if there were even multiple to begin with, I don't know. But like, yeah, that's kind of it.
Because one of the things that that you ended up bringing up in the chat of my the previous stream that I did was the fact that Tsunderia had, I think you mentioned this before as well, which is that Tsunderia had investors beyond just PPP. And
yeah,
especially towards the end, I would imagine that, I mean, this is a pretty common trope in VTuber companies where before closure there would have been a period where behind the scenes management or the executives were going around, shopping around, looking for additional investors who could inject additional funding into the company to keep it going for longer. And one of the things that you brought up was that one of the previous executives at the company that had been presumably let go after a little bit of a controversy behind the scenes was S-Train, and that apparently the talents had been made aware of at some point towards the end of Tsunderia's existence, that S-Train was in talks to return to the company as an investor, which is something that I found to be like quite weird, although it lines up with something that other people who have since left Tsunderia have said, that, you know, they've alluded to the idea that although S-Train was not a to put it euphemistically, not an appreciated component of Tsunderia that was presumably, had presumably outwardly left the company earlier, that he had somehow, creeped back in or something. So I just wanted to ask, what was your understanding of S-Train's past with the company prior to this? Because I know that Sundream was quite a while after that entire thing happened involving
I know
that
this
particular
is
executive.
I know this is like the juiciest part, but real quick, I gotta open the door for someone downstairs. Can I?
Oh
give
yeah,
you,
no
like,
problem,
a minute
no
to be
problem.
right back.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Worst timing, but yeah.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good. But yeah. I mean, in case you guys don't know what I'm alluding to, I mean, I talked about it in the previous Tsunderia stream, but basically you have multiple talents from Tsunderia's Gen, between Gen 0 and Gen 1 who have made allusions to varying degrees of specificity about how S-Train was not the greatest person to work with, let's say. Oh yeah, there was something else. What was it?
Sorry, I'm back now.
Okay, no problem. Yeah.
Quick run, yeah. So, yeah, jumping into it. Oh man. Okay, that quick transition was like, oh no, I lost my train of thought. But where were we? Sorry, if you could highlight again.
Oh yeah, no. So yeah, what was your understanding of S-Train's past with the company? Because you guys came in like, quite a while after that entire thing happened.
Yeah, basically, I didn't know much prior. I just heard like, this guy is not good, and that was my understanding.
Fair enough.
For reasons that there's one thing. Yeah, it was just like he did things and they were not good, and so we kicked him out, and nobody likes him. It's like, oh, okay, well, maybe like in a high school sense of like, okay, well, this guy doesn't seem like he's on the interact list, so
makes sense.
We don't talk about him.
Okay,
basically. Yeah, that was my perception of S-Train as like an entity that existed potentially. But like
it
all
sound
of us,
like an
for the most part,
SCP.
yeah, basically, it's like, all right, don't talk to the alien, but like, maybe that's a bit rude.
I see.
That like that entity exists, but do not acknowledge and do not go prying about it, kind of thing.
Fair enough.
And so it's like, okay, well. Good thing heing not in the company anymore was like our kind of mutual understanding. Basically, he failed the vibe check. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the thing, right? So how did you guys find out about the fact that he was supposedly in talks to try and come back as an investor?
This is honestly the craziest thing, and like I won't say like the full details because I
that's fair enough.
Shouldn't, but it's more like we weren't made aware of it directly. Our first understanding was, who is this B person? And the second piece was one of PPP had basically leaked to someone that B was S-Train. And then we were like, wait, B is S-Train and B is on the company post, which means B is back in the company doing something, which means S-Train is back in the company doing something. And that was kind of like the moment where it's like, what? And the way that was also announced with the two managers leaving was like also like, wait,
so this was before, so this was in between when Char and Ura left and before Sun Quest left?
Oh no! This was the Ray and Mist stepping down as managers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. When things were really about to implode. Okay. What is this? 3 days before the explosion, right?
Ooh.
Yeah.
So that was the announcement being posted, right? The notice of staff changes that was signed, Jack and B. That was the first time that you guys were made aware of the fact that, he's back.
From what I remember, yes, because that's the only thing I can remember. I remember seeing a post and seeing B, and who the heck is B? And then everything kind of came up, and then it was like that was the nail in the coffin.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, it all happened so fast.
Damn. All right.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. basically, as soon as we found that out, it was kind of just like, you light a match and the fire spreads immediately, and all the towns are like, wait, wait, this is not good, guys.
We know this one.
Yeah.
We've heard of this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, hold on a second. Hold on. Let's back this up. That said, there had been some foreshadowing that we had not known about that became like more apparent in hindsight. There were talks that like, oh, as Tsunderia is down, like changing, we're going to shift more in an idol direction, or like a more music focused direction. Where like I think the words and the terms that have been used, and
Yeah.
me being like, oh, I do music stuff, I love that, was it was like, oh, okay, well, that seems positive. And then it was like, oh, it's music because that's what S Train wants to do.
Oh, okay.
And it was like, oh, wait, that's not good.
Oh,
it's like, wait,
okay.
take a step back.
I see.
Yeah, so that's kind of where that came from. And it was just like, okay, well, okay.
That's awkward. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is awkward. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, because I would imagine that to have it only be something that you become aware of because of an accidental leak is probably not the best thing either, I would assume.
Yeah. I think the unfortunate part, this is kind of why transparency is a meme, is like, had they told us that B was S Train to begin with, like it would have been bad, but it wouldn't have been as bad as knowing that they hid it from us, and then we found out because we weren't supposed to, and then it's like, well, clearly you guys were hiding it from us,
Yeah.
And you knew that we wouldn't have wanted to know this because he came back under a different name. And it's just like,
that does sound kind of shifty. Because I mean,
yeah,
it's one thing to be an investor, right? Because if you're an investor, you're not really involved with let's say you're not really involved in how the company is run beyond just providing the funding and maybe being entitled to an explanation as to the decisions made by the company, right? Regarding how it plans to generate revenue in the future or whatever. But if you're signing their name at the end of your company notices, that kind of implies that they're going to be involved in making some of them, they're going to be more closely involved with making executive decisions regarding how the company is run, which is giving that position to S-Train after the earlier controversies involving him with the company. It doesn't seem like a very wise decision.
Yeah. Yeah, and also why probably you could see why they wanted to keep it hidden under a different name.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it was just a very unfortunate moment.
I mean, in terms of, well, there was one other thing that, well, I mean, pertaining to the whole how Tsunderia was managed towards the end aspect of things. So one of the other things that wasn't really publicly announced by Tsunderia itself, but something that has become quite, I suppose, obvious from information that has been publicized since Tsunderia closed, was the fact that Lisa was, towards the end of her time at the company, doing basically a manager, but like part-time, in addition to being a talent. And so we know that she was recruited to fulfill that role in the company at some point over her time as part of Tsunderia. But one of the other things that I was curious about was, were there any other talents that were ever, to your knowledge at least, that were ever approached with some sort of request to take on managerial responsibilities, especially towards the end of the company's existence?
Not that I'm aware of. They definitely didn't ask me about it because they knew I had a job.
Fair enough.
And I was not. But I think it was just Lisa. Maybe it just happened to be like availability and stuff, or whatever was going on with her life at the time. Like, I was just like, oh, I guess we'll get Lisa involved. And it was never really made public to us that Lisa was doing management stuff. It was more like,
you just found out after
Lisa's
the
doing
fact.
management stuff.
Oh, okay.
Hey guys, they're making me do management. Or hey guys, I'm doing management stuff, by the way. And it was just like, huh? So that was another thing where it's like, wait, what? Huh? Why are they're putting you in this and they're not telling us? And what? It was it was very confusing at the time.
Because
but not that
sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, it's not to my knowledge that anyone else was kind of put into that position or asked to be in that position. Hmm.
Yeah, because one of the things that does strike me as a I suppose a bit of a black box when it comes to understanding how things worked internally was the whole process of how you guys were communicating with the with management slash with the executives, because I would assume that towards the end of Tsunderia's existence as a company, management was pretty much just the execs, because all of the other ones had like left the company. So
yeah, I remember it was basically a point of just like, sorry, I cut you off.
oh
You had
no,
more there.
that's perfectly fine. He's going.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was basically like once the other two manager, or the three, because we got three new managers in, manager J, manager R, manager M, and like basically once all three of them kind of dipped, it was like us six, like Soon Dream plus Purin in a server with PPP, and it's like, well, PPP's the only one left in the company, like other than us, to our knowledge. So it was just like that was the structure, I guess, and we were like, and then there was also like the period of like PPP doesn't know that we know that this other person on the post is S train for like a few days, and it was just like the dramatic irony of the whole situation was like extremely tense and awkward. And really it was just like, guys, is it safe to say that we all just leave Tsunderia? And we kind of came to a mutual agreement, like, yeah, I think it needs to, I think we should just come out with it, and like, yeah. I think it's done, guys.
Time to pull the plug,
yeah,
that kind of thing. Okay.
Yeah, it's like the life support is not life in anymore. we gotta cut off the support.
Yeah. I mean, I imagine at that point it's kind of, it would be quite difficult to imagine a path going forward.
Yeah. I mean, maybe there was a path, but it was just like, we didn't want to be part of it if it was like the future that it seemed like it was gonna be. So it was like,
fair enough.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate decision, and like, you know, it was a tough time.
It couldn't have been easy to make.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it must have also been hard on PPP in a way. Like, you know, you built this company up and everything's kind of falling apart around you. Your other staff have kind of all left you, and you know, your talents aren't making any money anymore, and it's just kind of like, you know, out of all the goodwill they put forward, it was like, you know, they didn't quite get the returns they were hoping for on it. And yeah, I feel a little bit sentimental and a little bit bad about it for them too.
Fair enough. It is certainly more courteous than is the norm in this industry when a company fails.
I mean, yeah, we have our gripes. Like, it's like, you know, why didn't you tell us that B was S train? But, you know, yeah, it is what it is.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, also on the topic of, I suppose, the things that, well, the affairs that a company needs to get in order after, you know, people have sort of jointly made the decision that, yeah, we don't really see a way forward. One of the things that I ended up touching on at the end of the previous stream that I did on Tsunderia, one of the more interesting things to do with how Tsunderia is remembered by people was the whole thing where people just tend to assume that all of you guys, Sun Dream, got your IPs for free, right? Once the company closed. And you know that's you've clarified, all of you guys have, you know, sort of clarified on social media beforehand that that's not the case, that you guys actually had to buy your IPs before you left with them after the company's closure. But I wanted to ask, how were you guys first informed about the opportunity to buy your IPs?
Honestly, I think it was the other way around. We were in, from what I remember, we were in the call with PPP, and we were like, we would all like to leave, and we would all like to buy out our IPs, or at least take them with us. Take them with us, or at least buy them out if we can. And like, that was kind of where it was. It wasn't really informed to us. I mean, we'd known previously kind of what the exit policy had been for the other talents that left, and they had not been able to just keep their models. They had to pay them out. So yeah, there kind of was the what's the word? like the pre-existing
This precedent there.
formula the precedent, that's the word, the precedent to just go forward and like buy out your models. So it was like, all right guys, we would like to leave and buy out our IP and mark the end of Tsunderia. And then it was like, it was a tough call for sure. Like it was really hard for everyone in that call for sure. But that's where it went. It wasn't necessarily like, I mean, there was only one person to inform us at that point.
Yeah,
it was just PPP. So we're just like, we're just gonna ask him, and we would all like to leave. Yeah.
What was the negotiation process like when it comes to buying out your IP? Was it also the same thing where you were all just in a Discord call with PvP and just going like, okay, so this is what this is what previous gens have done, or give me a price or whatever?
From what I remember, I think we had individual meetings. I remember like my like closing, like basically exit interview, if you would, was like, this is what the IP costs. Like, you can PayPal me here or whatever the process was. Thanks for your time, work with the company and stuff. Best of luck with your future endeavors. But it was really just on an individual basis. I don't remember what everyone's price was. I do remember it was based off of like subscriber count in general. Like, what's your if you had to score each person on a monetary value for how valuable their channel was, this is the arbitrary number we came up with, kind of thing. I think it was something like, I think it was mostly subscriber count driven. I don't even remember what my subscriber count was at the time, but it also compounded with some things like they had bought us like hardware for debut and stuff. Like, I got my PC that I still use today from debut, and my phone that I still use today, like as part of debut budget. And
okay.
I don't think I had to necessarily pay that back, but it was kind of just like, here's the costs, and this is kind of what your channel's worth. I think, that's kind of where it just went from there. I think it was more or less like, all right, we picked this number for you, kind of thing. Yeah.
Did PPP give you like a written contract to sign before the handoff took place, or was it just something that was purely like spoken?
Yeah, it was purely spoken.
Okay.
Just kind of like, all right, let me know when you have the money. You can stream it whenever you want. Kind of thing. It's very, very casual for the end of a company, if you would. Because I was going to say that does sound like that sounds like an interesting handoff process, I suppose. Yeah. Especially when you're just like one guy left, and like the people that were helping you with all your like legal stuff beforehand are no longer there. It's like,
I imagine it would be quite an adjustment to make.
Yeah. A verbal contract. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I suppose that ties up that aspect of it. I do wonder why people assume that you got yours for free.
I think it's the wording of the post for sure. I have it pulled up here.
That was the thing that I speculated on as well. But I was.
It's, let's see, what's the wording here? They will all keep their current identities and channels. They deserve to carry on with the audiences they worked so hard to build and entertain, asterisks after paying us X amount of money. Thank you for the support. I think a lot of us, you'll notice a lot of us didn't really leave heartwarming messages for the company. All of it's Tsunderia 07.
I mean, like, the one that was like the most detailed that I saw was Lisa's sort of goodbye letter.
And I think that was it's been a while since I read it, but I think it was more targeted towards goodbye and goodbye to those memories, but not so much like, thanks for giving us our stuff for free.
Exactly.
I mean, I think a lot of us also, for a very a good amount of time afterwards, didn't want to soil the memory. So we just kind of went on. It's like, oh, they assumed we got it for free. Oh, that's so nice of them to think that.
That's sweet.
Yeah, that's sweet. Should I say something? No, they can keep believing that. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Oh, so was January? Sorry, was it January or was it April of this year? Was that the first time that you guys had said on social media, "Yeah, we bought our IPs"?
Yeah, I think we kind of like, I forget who said it first, but yeah, basically whoever came out and said it first, that was the first time, like on social media very recently. It was just kind of like when other people were like starting to use Tsunderia as an example.
Yeah.
It's like wait, no, that was never actually said. Hold on, guys. The
Whoa,
company's
whoa,
been dead
whoa.
for a while. We can say this. We can say this now. Actually.
Yeah.
Sorry for the peeking there, but yeah.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Actually. Yeah.
I could see why that it might, it might bother you guys after a certain point when you see enough people start to cite that as an example of something that didn't happen.
Yeah, it's like hold on. Wait a minute. Yeah, this is not everyone has, like, Tsunderia did have a lot of goodwill, but they didn't have that much goodwill. Like,
fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah, is that unfortunate?
Mm.
Would have been nice to get it for free, for sure. But
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's one of the one of the things that has always been a bit of a touchy subject. Is I think most people in the industry, like, if you ask them, do you think it is reasonable to get a talent to buy out their IP when they leave? I think most people can see the argument for doing that as a practice, but things change when the company's about to close. Because once a company closes, then most people tend to default to, well, what good is hanging on to those assets doing to the company anyways, right? Like,
Yeah, definitely. I think that was our big thing, that we were like, guys, if we all leave, like, the company doesn't exist anymore. We can definitely get our IP. Was some of them like, it's like there's no
what are you
like,
gonna
where
do
is
with
it going
right?
to
Like,
go?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
there's nowhere for it to go. And yeah, I think like I could understand some of the rationale for also, like, if PPP's finances, personal finances, had been like sucked out to pay for our stuff and our it makes sense that we pay him back at least to some extent on, like, hey, like, we don't want you to go into debt.
Like,
You're still a person. And like, I could see, like, it's not like the money is going to some nebulous entity that just, like, is going to hold it for forever. It's like, okay, well, it's going to the guy that, like, put a lot of his personal money into the company, but still, it's like, also, like, well, it would have been nice to get it for free too at the same time.
Yeah. I am quite sympathetic to the sentiment that, if your company is closing anyways, like, what are you going to do with the models afterwards? Like, it's just going to gather dust on some hard drive, but it's
PPP is gonna become the next Uzuki Tomoya or something. I don't know. Like,
that
break him out one day. It's like, hi guys, I'm Tsunderia. And this is a joke for all intents and purposes.
It's like a puppet show with the old models or something like that. But yeah.
It's like, 3 years later, it's like, I didn't let you guys buy out your IP. Check this out. It does like a stream. He has like all of us as like the arms and appendages of Exodia. Like, hey guys, I'm Tsunderia now. Check this out. See what I can do because I didn't let my talents have their models. Would be like the most like demonic.
Yeah, that would be the most demonic thing that I think we've ever seen a CEO do. Yeah,
someone with a lot of you would have to hold a lot of grudges and be very petty to, I think,
to do something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless usually
a really good reason.
I think it was quite interesting because the time where you guys all came out to say, like, set the record straight on how leaving with your IPs worked at Tsunderia, because I remember that the whole, I suppose the Twitter discourse around the main thing, the main controversy at the time, which was the Pixel Link closure. That was, a lot of people came out to sort of say, look, if a company's closing, I don't think it's reasonable to charge people to get their IPs because it's not going to have any utility for the company anyways. And even the people who were more sympathetic to the idea that, you still have to recoup costs, they were also not very happy about the idea of sort of getting your talents to essentially surprise their audiences with trying to crowdfund the IPs at the last second. Setting some sort of hard deadline. So yeah, a lot of people were sort of looking for counter examples to sort of clap back at Pixel Link with to go, oh look, this company, so and so company, allowed the talents to walk away with their IPs for free because it announced its closure. And I suppose they just started grabbing for any company that they could remember vaguely having fond memories of, I suppose. Tsunderia being one of them.
Yeah, that seems right in my books for how I remember that going down. But yeah, I mean, I think, no, I can't really speak for other corpos because I'll be honest, I wasn't paying that much attention to asking. I wasn't going around asking people if they paid for their IP or not. I was kind of over it at that point. But yeah, and so I don't really know what others did. But yep, we certainly paid money.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah. I mean, at least more people know now how things actually went down rather than sort of romanticizing it by accident or otherwise.
Yeah, it's good to get things for free, but sometimes you can't get things for free, and that's the nature of the situation.
That's completely fair. It's more so a matter of, I suppose, setting a record straight to make sure that everyone knows what was actually going on. Well, one of the last things that I wanted to ask was, because from what you have described, your time at Tsunderia was like a whole range of different experiences. Some, very positive, some rather negative. But overall, do you feel like your dealings with Tsunderia as a talent, as someone who was part of Ian Corpo VTubing history, do you feel like it changed the way that you see or approach corpos or VTubing?
That's a good question. I mean, definitely has changed my approach for corpos, for sure. I mean, I think you've highlighted it pretty well, too, with just general red flags that a company can have. But, like, when I look at... I hate to say it this way and go on record to say this, but, like, when I look at, like, a company that opens auditions, there's always, like, a hint of skepticism with me. Because it's, like, especially if it's a brand new company, it's, like, the first question is, okay, like, where are you really getting the funds from? Like, if it is an investor, that's great. But, like, how do you differentiate yourself in the market? Having been in a company that worked, like, basically made it their whole thing to differentiate each one of their talents in the market, and, like, already had a strong track record of, like, a few gens that had succeeded and made money and, like, gotten good subscriber counts. Like, to do all that with no existing reputation and no existing talents and no existing existing streams of income, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of skepticism behind it. Like, yeah, like, wow, is this going to be around in another year? And so, like, that's why I haven't really done, like, I don't know, I haven't, like, really, like, approached a lot of, like, these posts with a lot of gung-ho, like, oh, check out this corpo and, like, definitely give it a shot, because I personally, like, yeah, I have a lot of skepticism towards moving on to other positions in the VTuber industry rather than just, like, what can a company really provide for a company that tried its best to already provide so much. Like, we were the only company that I know of, at least, that was, like, funding covers, and, like, that was already a lot. Like, and I would bet that the other companies out there probably wouldn't have the funds to do that, or, like, the pre-existing reputation to do that. And so, yeah, there's just, unfortunately, a lot of just like, oh, well, we'll see how it turns out. If it works, it works. Content is kind of a gamble either way. If you hit, you hit. If you don't, you don't. It's a 50-50 chance. You either get it or you don't. Yeah, is the joke I like to think. But yeah, it is really, like, skeptical towards that. As for VTubing as a whole, though, I think it really just comes down to an appreciation of each talent. Just needs to, what they offer is unique, and, like, just because they debut in a corpo doesn't mean they're instantly successful. And even if they do debut in a corpo, like, a lot of their success is carved out by their individual capabilities, how they stand out. And, I think it's just placed a lot of more emphasis and appreciation for, like, hard work and individual talent and skill, not just talent, but also, the effort made put in to reach those levels of ability for what they're doing, whether it's, like, comedy or music or artwork and all that stuff. Like, Yeah,
become
it
more
really makes me
conscious of
appreciate that.
like what a talent is doing in order to carve out their niche, I suppose, because
Yeah,
first-hand experience
yeah.
doing that yourself, I guess.
And I think also, yeah, a deeper appreciation for those in the indie scene, because I'll say, like, I basically got things handed to me on a silver platter. Like, I didn't even need to audition in or make an audition video. Like, I was kind of set up to go. I had my model, I had like my PC and my phone all given to me. Like, they helped me set up my VTuber model, my like stream setup, all that stuff. Like, I had resources and people to go to and people to ask and an existing brand to build off of. And like, it's like, wow, these people who have come to succeed without any of that support, or maybe support that they've garnered themselves, is like, it's so impressive. And like, it's really amazing that they can find the motivation to self-motivate and keep doing that, and like, working hard on it, especially if they like didn't succeed out of the gate immediately, and just, you know, worked hard on it over the years. It's like, wow, like it's so impressive to me. And so that's kind of how my view has changed on it. But as my own view of how I approach content, I don't think it's changed at all. Or if anything, it's just come to understand that like, what you get in, or what you get out of it, is what you put into it, but not directly. It's what you put into it and how lucky you get after putting into it. But if you don't put anything in, you can't roll the dice. You can't pull the slot
times
machine,
luck, basically.
Yeah. If you do 10 pulls, like, yeah, sure, you'll hit one SSR, you know, maybe. But like, if you do 0 10 pulls, you will hit 0 SSRs, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think
So
that's
you
a
just
pretty
gotta
healthy
keep
way
doing
of
it,
looking at it, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, some people, you know, they have it down, and they can see, you know, they can see what maybe I can't, with like what content will succeed and what content won't. And that's a skill or a talent in its own. But for those who don't have that talent, where life is a gamble, you know, just keep a like, especially in my case, where, you know, some of my stuff does really good and some of my stuff doesn't do good. It's like, okay, well, you know, just keep rolling the dice, and if you hit, you hit, and if you don't, you don't. 50-50 chance.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Maybe it's also my mentality. I'm a gotcha addict. So.
I mean, look,
You know,
who else would you trust with understanding how social media works, to be honest? Because there are aspects
there
of
are
this that are
some
very much
people.
like... Yeah. Sorry.
There are some people that just know how to hit 100% of the time, and it's amazing. It's amazing being able to pick their brain, and those people that have the skill set to you know, always hit on their 10 pulls. But I think, yeah, for the majority of us who don't have that level of talent, you know, you just gotta,
seems quite mystical, yeah.
Yeah, and it's really something. So yeah, just levels of appreciation for those who can see the lines, and for those who have made it there, even after being able to, or not being able to see the lines in the content. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose the last thing, which kind of ties into that, but is, in my mind at least, a little separate. Looking back, what has stayed with you most from your time in Tsunderia?
That's a very open-ended question, but I think if I had to nail it down, it's got to be the friendships, the friends we made along the way, guys. Like, without, hands down, I've made so many friends around the world through VTubing, through Tsunderia, especially through Tsunderia, because I got to, you know, have an existing web network of people to talk to who were available to talk to. And like, yeah, it's without a doubt, like, I always have someone I can visit when I visit another country, except for maybe like Antarctica. But like, for the most part, or like, yeah, for the most part, like, there's so many international friends that I've made. And like, it's like, you know, I can only thank Tsunderia for giving me the opportunity to meet these people, because, like, I'll give an example, like Kazu. He doesn't stream at all anymore, but we still talk like once a week. We do stuff together. I got him into this card game, and like, we play this card game and go to events and like compete. Like, well, he's way better than me, but like, and like, you know, he's out there playing, and like, we chat about it. We will just hop on and play games and stuff. And it's like, we don't need any of Tsunderia to do that, but without Tsunderia, it wouldn't have happened at all. Like, there's just, Yeah. It's funny that nothing I've really taken out of Tsunderia has been like, I got this great channel and I have so many subscribers. It's really because, like, at the end of the day, the channel will exist and it will be a memory for the people and the fans who have seen it. And, like, that's great. But what have I personally gained out of that is, like, the genuine human connections. And, like, some bonds have been forged stronger and some of them have broken horribly. And there have been, yeah, there have been people that, like, it's like, okay, well, you're on the other side of the divide and, like, we don't talk anymore. And some people that are like, like, it's like, starting to extend the olive branch back and, like, rebuild those connections. Like, hey, these were some tough times and I know we didn't always see eye to eye, but it's like, it's good to still, be friends again. And yeah, just like being put into this position where, I can meet all these people has just been a special opportunity. So I would say, like, really, from a life perspective, if you have the opportunity to do something like this, at the end of the day, look at it's about the friends we made along the way, not about the content necessarily. Yeah. And, like, yeah, and because of that, I'm able to, like, meet people like you, talk with people like you, and, like, people in chat. Like, not just to say, like, the VTubers that I talk with, but also like the people in chat that I've, like, met at conventions and stuff. Well, because I'm not afraid of, like, going out and, like, meeting people. I'm just a guy with a job at this point. So I'm not really, like, I guess bewildered by, like, the mysticism and, like, trying to hide behind the mask so much, but.
I mean,
even the people that I've met in person.
The amount of grass you touch
like,
probably makes you more well adjusted than the average VTuber, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I think that maybe I'm an exception amongst many, but I tend to be, like, exceptionally social, even among my circles. So, but yeah, like, even among the fans that I've met, it's like, everyone's so nice and supportive, and, like, we can all look back on the good times or the bad times. and have something to share as just, like, human to human. And so, I mean bunny to human.
True. Right? Bunny to furniture. Yeah.
Yeah, the genuine bunny to human and other species relationships that I've friendships that I've cultivated, throughout this time. right, guys, the immersion.
Yes.
Have all been, really genuine, no matter what species of VTuber people have been. Yeah, I mean, if I had to, let me think. I mean, if I had to pick a second, it's probably the skill set too. Like ranking, going down the chain. Like, the skill set of being able to talk to people has definitely been nurtured through streaming, coming up with spontaneous things and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, also, like, having an audience too who pushes, like, the level of the expectation for the content you produce, I guess, in the sense of, like, when I'm pushing out a cover, like, I want the quality to be good, and, like, I want it to be, like, something my fans can enjoy, and, like, it's like, I'm gonna work extra hard on the mix and the vocals to make sure, like, that level of my personal perfectionism is met, and that has fed into, like, a feedback loop of improving my skills and wanting to improve my skills so that, I and the people watching can be satisfied with the level of content I've put out there. So, yeah, like, mostly the hard skill sets of, like, the mixing, and also, like, the soft skill sets of, like, knowing how to stream, and, like, setting up OBS is, like, kind of nice. It's, like, cool that you can, like, oh, OBS has a virtual camera. I can, like, if I want to join a meeting, I can, like, use this virtual camera to come in, or if I want to call into, like, a Discord call or, like, a meeting or something, I can, like, have my super fancy audio, like, hardware mixer with DSP that I can just, like, join in, and suddenly I sound like a Ford commercial or something, like like, hello. Like, all that stuff is, like, knowledge that's been gained along the way, partially due to Tsunderia, partially due to just being a streamer. That, and maybe also part of that skill set is, like, being professional on the internet to an extent. Though I would say, having done Tsunderia first and then doing indie second, was, like, it's kind of like, recently it's been unlearning the corpo habits more so than reinforcing the corpo habits, but having both skill sets available and knowing how both of those kind of work in the indie corpo VTuber environment is probably something that's helpful.
I could probably imagine.
Yeah. Trying to think. Any other things gleaned from Tsunderia? Honestly, those two are probably the big things. I mean, other than like, being jaded on certain experiences and not really, you know, being gung ho on auditioning for everything that exists out there is like, a thing that has been planted into my brain. But yeah, it is what it is. Oh, I guess another like thing has also been like, what does the veil look like for these corpo VTubers? And this is just something like, having been there, I know what it's like. Not in all cases, in all companies, but it's like, oh, okay, if I want to do X thing with corpo VTuber, and like, what's the process like? Okay, well, the first process is probably to reach out to the talent, and then knowing that the talent has to reach out to their manager and get it approved. And then in order to do that and be in a position where I can get approved, I generally have to be in like good community standing as like not a controversial figure who would be on like an existing like no contact list if there was one that would exist, for example. So like, because different corpos have their different rules. Like Tsunderia had a no contact list, and I genuinely can't remember if anyone was on there. I feel like S-Train might have been on there, which is really ironic.
Oh no!
But like, or at least he might have been on like taboo topics or something. But like, I genuinely can't remember. But like, I go into the assumption that like these things exist. And like, there's no point in trying to prove that they exist.
Yeah.
Just acknowledging and like, okay, yeah, this is the type of communication you need to do. You should act professional. You should deliver on your deadlines, which I have been very bad with recently. But yeah, it's just like, it is what it is. And like knowing, it's like, okay, if I want to collab with said person, this is the process. And yeah, and also being sympathetic to like, or maybe empathetic to the struggles and hard work that goes on to these corpo VTubers behind the scenes. Like for the audience of Tsunderia was relatively small, but for the audiences of corpo VTubers that have grown well beyond the realm of Tsunderia's size, it's like the amount of pressure that we felt during debut has to be at least like 100-fold for them to any extent. Like during debut, it was a constant flood of like tweet messages coming in, like people drawing fan art that you want to respond to. And for people where that stream is like still going, and that level of like Twitter interaction, YouTube interaction, chat interaction, it's like, it's a lot mentally to go through and a lot to, shoulder. And so like having an appreciation that these people are like probably really going through it and like they have a lot to hold on their shoulders is like, something that I just keep in my mind when I think about like, okay, well, this person makes amazing content, but like, I'm sure they are like, stressed out of their minds. And like lifting the veil on that is like, it's good for like people who are aspiring to, if they ever like come to me for thoughts and advice. It's like, like, hey, like there's a lot of pressure involved in this. And like, even though I've only experienced a glimpse of it, like, yeah, be prepared. There's no way to actually be prepared, but there's like, yeah, there is a lot that you have to go through and a lot that you have to keep up with. And so it's not for the faint of heart. Yeah.
That's one of the, I feel like that's one of the themes that's become hammered home more and more the more I look into the history of this industry, which is VTubing, contrary to popular belief, is indeed not for the faint of heart.
Yeah. And for someone who's maybe more on the faint of heart, it's tough. But
certainly not easy.
Yeah, but if you like doing it and you enjoy it for what it is and the friends you've made along the way, maybe even not for what it is, but for the friends you've made along the way, keep doing it. And, maybe it'll lead to things and unforgettable memories that you'll be able to leave behind in the minds of others, Yeah.
I feel like that's a pretty good note to sort of dove the entire interview with. So
yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much for being willing to have this conversation with me. I'm honored that you would count me among, at least some of the people that you would be comfortable talking to, especially about a topic like this.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And honestly, I appreciate like the tact you've handled the whole situation with, and yeah, I'm constantly impressed with your elegance in speech. I aspire to be that fluent when I speak ever.
I'm not
But
exactly known
thank
for my
you.
tact, but I appreciate the compliment.
Well, I can appreciate it. Maybe I'm used to also seeing people speak more roughly about things, also just in my regular professional environment. But that's another note. But
Mm.
yeah, thank you for having me. I think honestly, it's like I don't necessarily want to be a spokesperson for everyone's experiences in small corpo, but I appreciate the opportunity really to just share with those who are interested in it, like what that experience was like. And also so that like the fans can also get a deeper appreciation for what the people they watch do. Or not even just fans, like bystanders, outsiders. Like
Mm.
what does it mean to be in this industry and do in this industry?
Yeah.
So like it's honestly a like not good opportunity, what's the word, like a it feels like a very like good way to give back to the community of those who have been in the corpo VTuber scene who haven't wanted to or like don't particularly like to speak out about, or not speak out, but like voice their
Mm.
experiences with this kind of stuff, positive and negative. Though I'd say like mine for the most part has been a net positive. But yeah, and like it's just it's nice to lift the veil.
Hmm. Agreed. Agreed. It is very difficult to know when is the right time or place or person who I suppose who would be willing to have a conversation of this nature. So this is a rare thing. I don't get to do this very often, but I appreciate it all the more because of that.
Yeah.
Um.
I One other part I think on
Hmm.
closing was also like it Tsunderia is like a core memory for for me, a core part of I guess my not necessarily identity, but like it's shaped me into the experience here. The experiences in the company have shaped me into like who I am now in some sense, and especially the friendships. But being able to like I mean, even though it's not necessarily the intention, honor the legacy to a bit and honor the legacy for of the other talents too, who were with me there along the way. It's like it just feels like a good way to pay homage to that.
Hmm. I don't often like. It's one thing to sort of go through a company after it closed and go, okay, here are X, Y, Z factors and why that might have happened, or what we can piece together about some of the red flags along the way, etc., etc. But that often leaves me with quite a deal short of a fuller picture of what it was like. That
Mm-hmm.
again, I don't often get to remedy, but this has given me a rare chance to do so. So thank you for
Mm-hmm.
that.
Yeah.
Again, before you leave, sorry, just one more quick thing. Do you want to, in case anyone tuned in some point after when you first introduced yourself, is there anything that you want to just like re-plug or again for anyone who might have been tuning in over the course of the rest of the stream?
Yeah. Sure. So for those who don't know me, I was a part of Tsunderia's third generation Toon Dream. First mixed gen in the in the EN corpo tuber scene. And yeah, I stream on YouTube. Sometimes if I can figure out how multi-streaming works, it goes up on Twitch too. Recently on Irium also started streaming there. I mostly do karaoke covers. Still trying to figure out what that target audience really is, but I'm gonna hang out, have a good time, play some Uma Musume, and yeah, stuff coming up. I recently did a live set in person or in bunny person at the Offkai Fest 2025 Twilight Reverie Lounge, and the VOD for my set will be going up tomorrow at 5 p.m. PST. Which is I don't remember time zones, but 5 p.m. PST. And so yeah, if you guys are interested in seeing my live performance in the bunny flesh on the stage, I'll be reacting to that and probably cringing a lot as that goes up tomorrow. So yeah. Um, Otherwise, make sure to check out my other amazingly skilled and talented gen mates from Toon Dream, as well as all the other people on who have been part of Tsunderia, who are still public with their Tsunderia identities, like Miori, Yuna, I can't remember. Sorry, this is awkward. Can't remember
That's
who else is
fine.
still public with their identities. And of
That's
course,
okay.
yeah, Tsundream, which would be Lisa, Amiya, Nen, and Kazu doesn't stream anymore. This guy. But make sure, yeah, give them your support, your love. They've been through a lot as well, and maybe some of their experiences have not been as positive as me. And also, really, just support any of those, or for those who are interested, of course, support those who have been in other Fallen Corpos as well. You know, for my generation, it'd be like people from My Holo TV or like Prism Project. You know, I've forged some close bonds with those people, but you know, Corpo, we're still, some of us are still out there producing content, and so check us out. You might find something in a niche you never expected to find out there. So yeah, that's what I can say.
And I think that'll act as a, well, I mean, pretty good call to action for anyone who is curious to check out more things, who's interested in branching out, maybe diverging, giving a look at some other aspects, different genres of content, different creators. But yeah,
Yeah.
I was just going to start reading out things like super chats and memberships, so I won't detain you for any longer. I know we've already gone to like the limit of what was convenient to you. So thank you again.
I could probably take
sorry.
So, I could probably take a few from chat if we have any lasting questions.
All right,
I do
sure.
have maybe like 30 more minutes or so. If
Oh,
we
okay.
absolutely need
That's
to,
great
so.
then.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, if you guys have any questions in chat that you'd like to leave for Tomo, please feel free to just drop them. Drop them now. Because yeah, I don't know, there might be some things that I haven't thought to ask that other people watching the stream might have occurred to other people over the course of the last few minutes or so.
Yeah, such as the how many rice shower support cards have I pulled? I don't think that one was on your question list, but only one so far.
Oh wait, actually, one thing I wanted to ask: when you say you introduced Kazu to a card, or was it you introducing him to a card game, or him?
Yeah.
What is that? What is the game?
Oh yeah, this is the Western TCG with anime thematics. Grand Archive.
Okay.
Okay. Anime TCG with Western game mechanics. That's how they advertise it.
I see.
Grand Archive. If you're interested in Magic the Gathering like playstyle, but with anime artwork, it's a really cool game. The lore is awesome. The card artwork is awesome. The gameplay is insane. Like the level of play is, and the ceiling for play is actually crazy. So I'm sure if there are people in chat interested in that, you know, it's pretty popular, I think, or relatively popular in North America, and Australia actually has a pretty big scene, which is kind of surprising. Oceania, Southeast Asia also. So lots of cool stuff in that game. But I don't know. Kazu had like a stint where he was super into Magic and made it to like the top, I don't know, X% of players. And I was like, hey, if you like Magic, you might like this game that I got into recently. So it's kind of where that came from. But yeah, it's a super cool game. Yeah, anyone who wants to hear more, let me know. I've advertised it and sold a lot of people on it, even though I don't play that much anymore myself.
Sometimes if you wanna coach, you have to withhold playing, I suppose.
Yeah. I wouldn't count myself as the best coach either. I'm more of like an advertiser, free advertising labor, because I just like the game a lot and want to play with more friends. But yeah,
makes sense.
Oh man.
Actually, Sumunai asked, "Who is your Oshi?"
Oh, that's a good question. I gotta say, okay, my actual Oshi is probably. This is tough. I have like a few. It's gotta be Aoi Tokimori from X Prism Project. Like, she was a huge singing inspiration for a long time. Definitely really appreciate like her musical ability. Who else? If I had to like say like first VTuber that I really liked watching was probably Ninomai Inanis from Holo En. Yeah, I liked her comfy vibe of streams for a long time, and like really appreciated like the funny, like soft-spoken, witty sense of humor that she has. And it's like I think I'm too loud to emulate that, but but I can appreciate it for sure. Otherwise, if I had to say it for sure, you know, Claude Clawmark Niji-san Gen, that guy's a beast. That guy's legendary. Yeah. Other than that, like he's also singing ability through the roof. That guy's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with my Oshis.
Makes sense.
Yeah, let's see. Other questions here.
I
think
a lot of the other ones are not quite related to VTubing. But
feet. The feet are on the stream right now. You can see it. You can see a lot more than just feet.
Sure. Come on, Billy. Where's the appreciation for the rest of the food?
The rest of the figure.
Yeah.
You know. Who's my favorite Uma? Probably Silent Suzuka. Very tragic backstory. Oh man.
Oh wait, Nene Love. I know that you've been so. One of the people who sometimes tunes into my stream is Nene Love, and he's known for basically making charts, these sort of graphics that encapsulate the rosters and or hiring histories of various companies within the industry, both old and new. And so I was going to ask, yeah, Nene Love, do you have any questions or anything that you're curious about from an archivist perspective that we might not have touched on earlier? But I mean, I'm just looking through. I don't think there's any other questions that are, let's say, on topic.
On topic, yeah. Let's see. Keep on going through any off-topic ones.
Do your ears grow grow back if you pluck them off?
I haven't tried, so I don't know. But in theory and lore, I'm supposed to be a marshmallow bunny. So like technically, you could just shape
make
them,
more.
sculpt
Yeah,
them
yeah.
if
You just
will.
like squeeze out more from the
Just
top.
grab some of that hair and mush it together. Apply some heat.
I
Yeah,
see.
it's just like roasting it now. Think about like molding plastic or something. Oh man, or marshmallows, however those are molded. So in theory, but in practice, haven't tried. Actually, well.
Hold
maybe
on.
in practice I have tried. Hold on.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, you know, whenever I go out to it, I will say the ears have been different sometimes for different sets of con appearances that I've done.
Okay.
So I guess in theory, yes, because the fact that different ears exist on my head in person would mean that there has to be some kind of cycle, you know, and some kind of change of guard that's happened. So it seems like that would be that'd be happening there. Yeah.
Yeah, so Nene Love asked, would you consider Urara a member of talent or staff? Because even though it's like both, it's like, yeah.
Yeah, from a Tsunderia perspective, I think staff, really. Because that was like staff first, VTuber second. Was very much like her memo with
Actually,
Tsunderia.
I'm curious as to how you would go with that designation for the other two members of Tsunderia that we know were both in charge of being talents as well as having managerial responsibilities. So with someone like Char, would you class her as primary talent or primary management?
Primary management as well. I think also because like the volume of both of their streams are much lower because they were focusing on managerial stuff. So that's kind of where that mental classification comes from.
I would assume that with Lisa it would be the opposite then.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Lisa for sure was a victim of circumstances when it became to becoming staff. Not exactly what she signed up to do versus the other
for sure.
kinds of were like signed up to do staff. Yeah. All the other managers were very much also like manager first, staff. Manager, staff first. Whatever VTubing stuff happened would happen, but well, it didn't really happen for the other managers that didn't debut, but it was going to. It
Oh
almost
yeah,
happened.
yeah. That was one of the other bits of lore that was dropped in the previous stream in chat, which was that apparently one of the ways in which Tsunderia tried to incentivize the three managers that came in to replace Char and Urara was that supposedly they were going to be able to debut under Tsunderia. Was it under Tsunderia or just as VTubers in general at some point in the future?
Under Tsunderia as like manager VTubers.
Ah,
basically.
okay, yeah.
Like,
So that was
similar
that was
to
the
what
thing.
Urara and Char did.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw the models. The models look really good. Maybe that's why we ran out of money.
Oh wait, wait. So they had models made for them. It was like ready to go.
Yeah, they had artwork. I don't know if it was finished for all of them, but like artwork was definitely at least in progress. Yeah.
Okay.
Really a bummer.
Interesting.
Some of the designs were really good. It's a bummer, but you know.
I suppose those
happens.
designs will never see the light of day.
They most certainly will not, and it's a bummer. Yeah.
Do you reckon sometimes PPP like goes back and like reviews some of the stuff that he made during this time?
I don't think so. I feel like he's probably on to his next thing or whatever he's working on.
Makes sense.
Or yeah, just being himself. I mean, I'm sure he has fond memories, but I don't think he necessarily goes back through the archives of what existed or what
Fair
exists
enough.
still.
I mean, yeah, I kind of just assumed that if it would be on anyone's hard drive, it would be on his, right? With the models and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So
Yeah, that's true. Well, actually, might more be on the managers than him.
oh, true.
I think a lot of the coordination was probably done at the manager level. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Though I could see some CEOs in maybe other organizations have a more integral role in that kind of coordination. But can only speak for Tsunderia, really.
Fair enough. I don't know. Well, I mean, I don't know how often you are on Twitter or how much you see of VTuber Twitter specifically. But Strikers asks, what is your view on a lot of the, well, I suppose the anti-corpo sentiment that has become kind of fashionable on VTuber Twitter as of late? Because, well, one of the things that I alluded to, feel free to just let me know, by the way, if this is not something you're familiar with at all. But yeah, it's become quite fashionable for people to kind of go, you know, all corpos are bad. There's like no upside to joining a corpo whatsoever. Why would you ever join a corpo if you could just stay indie, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah, I don't know if I see it so much right now. I'm mostly seeing the recent lore drop of whatever happened in the U.S. As of yesterday. But anyways, you know. But I'd say like general sentiment. I think like how do I phrase this? I think people will do what they want, and you know, it is what it is. It very much laissez-faire in the sense of like, you know, I think anyone can try. There is, from both like a talent and like a CEO perspective, you know, people are allowed to dream. People are allowed to try and execute on their ideas, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's a bad thing when when people start to make decisions that hurt others, and I think that is something just, you know, you can try and you can not succeed, and I think that's okay. But as long as, like, you know, if things come out clean in the end, which is not often what happens, and it's very hard to do so, but if you can put your best, you know, intentions behind it, I think it's okay. Yeah, you know, try, do what you want, whether you're an aspiring VTuber CEO or an aspiring talent, you know, try your best to succeed without hurting others, and, you know, if you can, great. If you can't, you know, at least, you know, try to
make sure everyone has a parachute on the way down.
Yeah. That's really my perspective on everything. You know,
Yeah.
I don't think I don't necessarily know if like the staff and the like the managers or even the people behind the corporations really deserve the blame. I think, honestly, majority of the people within these corporate entities and within individual entities too are working, you know, trying to act with people's best interests in mind and doing what they think is best. And sometimes just people aren't aligned on those views, and
Sometimes things
it's
just fall in
unfortunate
between
and
the cracks.
yeah, not everyone in the world will get along, but if people make their best effort to, positives can come out of it. And in the end, it's still nothing ventured, nothing gained. So I'd say even if that ad looks a little bit sketchy, I mean, maybe if I wouldn't necessarily do it, who can say that the value behind the friends you make along the way would not be worth it?
If you can stomach the trauma bonding, then perhaps there will also be something gained.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I would, if I had to redo it, I don't think I would choose not to do Tsunderia. Like, given the option, I think I still would go down the same path I did. Yeah. I would redo it again in a heartbeat, especially to relive the highs and unfortunately have to relive the lows. I think the lows are a small price to pay for the highs and the positives that came out of it, for me at least. I mean, I'm not sure if everyone in every situation can say that, but that's my takeaway.
I feel like that is one of the I think quite a few people have that kind of mindset when they're looking back on some of the companies that they've been a part of, if those companies are no longer around. But it's quite the testament to the people that you've met and befriended along the way that you would say that so readily.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, everyone I've worked with and met has been, it's been a joy. Definitely some unique and interesting personalities in the VTuber sphere that you wouldn't get to meet under normal life circumstances. So it's always an interesting and fun time. That's for sure. Keeps life interesting.
Fair.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Tomo in chat?
Yeah, anything before we wrap it up here? Or before I wrap it up here and eat my dinner?
Oh, yeah, sorry. So for those who don't know, I've been kind of keeping Tomo away from his food.
Okay, I was able to down half a bowl of coleslaw earlier, so I'm managing. But
I don't want to starve you for too long if it can be helped. But yeah.
Yeah.
If there aren't any more questions, I might just wrap things up.
Yeah, sounds good. Cool.
All right. So yeah.
Alrighty, thank you again for having me.
Thank you again for joining me. It's been a pleasure. Very
Absolutely.
unexpected, but most certainly welcome. And no, I'm hyped for your VOD review of your Twilight Reverie performance tomorrow.
Hopefully, you and anyone else attending will enjoy. What time is the reaction? 5 p.m. PST, which is let's translate that to AEST, which is noon AEST, one day forward, and then in like JST, people like to use JST a lot because Japan. 10 a.m. JST.
Yeah,
people like that. Yep.
All right.
Cool.
Sounds pretty good.
Alrighties. Yeah. All right. Well, have a great rest of your stream.
You too.
Great meeting your chat.
Rest of your day.
Yeah. Sorry, no feet pics today, but you never know.
Okay.
Another day is another day.
Yes. Amen.
All right.
All right.
All right. See ya around.
No problem. See you around.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Thank you. Peace.
Bye-bye. And there he goes. All right, let me switch over to the head-hort screen. There we go. Okay. So, yeah, no, thanks all of you guys for joining us for this impromptu stream. Not during my usual time slot, so I appreciate you guys showing up outside of when you normally would tune into a stream. But yeah, it's been really nice to be able to have this conversation with Tomo. Especially because, like I said before, it's not a side of the subjects I cover that I often get to touch on as much as I would like. How are you? I'm doing all right. Nothing too concerning has come from any of the appointments that I've had up to date. I still have 1 or 2 lined up for the rest of the month, so we'll get to those. But as of right now, I am doing peachy. I was trying to look for a spot later on this month where I could slide in a member's stream, but I'll keep you guys posted about that in the community post tab on my channel. And also, I have another collab lined up later on over the course of this month, so keep an eye out for me announcing that. It should happen sometime over the next week or so. So, yeah. My balance, of course, has been perturbed. It was a nice screen for the collab. I hope so. I tried to make it, you know, I tried to make it a little more cozy, a little bit more, you know, it's not a lot of effort, but I'd like to put in at least a little bit, you know. Have you ever been to, I wonder if any of you guys have ever been to those sort of open air screenings of films and movies and stuff where, you know, people just show up in a park or something in their cars and you have a movie blasted onto a billboard at some point in the space. So that's the kind of vibe that I was going for with this background. Can you roll your R's like Nitya? I don't know if I can. I have been trying. I don't think I've quite got the hang of it just yet. So, rare member stream indeed. I'm trying to do them. I'm trying to find spots in my schedule to do them more, but yeah. It's a projector, yeah, basically. I don't know if chat would have covered the thing that I had going on the bottom. But yeah, hold on, let me just pull up the supers and memberships so I can read through them. So, Face Saga? I think Face Saga's been brilliant till this point. It certainly seems to be a pretty successful debut. I mean, one of them is missing, which, I mean, I'm assuming that that's getting sorted out behind the scenes. But aside from that, it seems to be mostly fine. Hold on. Millie, I'm counting Toma saying no feet today as him reading your super. Charlie, thank you for the super. Where is the Booper armchair? I was promised Booper. I have no idea where you got that from. I think you may have heard it from the wrong place in the grapevine, so to speak. I see how it is. I'm not good enough for chair. Down. Billy, thank you for being a footstool for 16 months. Holy, have I been... It feels so weird every time I read a membership renewal message that is more than like 12 months old. It feels strange to think of the fact that I've been streaming for this long. Remember to like and subscribe and... Yeah, by the way, if there's anyone new to the channel, if you like if you feel like the interview was something that was enjoyable to watch, if this is something that was informative or entertaining, please feel free to like the video, sub if you feel like this content is something that you would like to consume more of, etc, etc. And for some reason, the gifted memberships aren't showing up here. But I remember that at the beginning of the stream, I think I thanked Mercurius for the 5 gifted memberships that you gave. But there was another set of 20 that I missed at the beginning. Hold on, let me see if I can find them here. Oh my, okay, my thing just freaked out on my end. Hold on, let me go back and see, because Stream Elements didn't end up recording it either. I want to make sure I get to them. Okay. Jane Doe, thank you for being a footstool for 14 months. It's nice to catch your streams. Cheers, sad. It's nice to have you guys around. It's reassuring that I can just put up a stream at some random time, even if it's outside my usual schedule, and I'll still be able to see you guys and talk to you guys. Mercurius, thank you for being a footstool for 16 months. Holy shit. Good interview, Chairman. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I'm glad you guys seem to enjoy it. I hope that it was comfortable for Tomo. This is definitely not... I don't want to, like, drill him or anything, so I hope he was comfortable throughout the entire thing. Strikers, thank you for being a footstool for 15 months. It feels more like a year. Yeah, same for me. Holy, Agamata, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. One of the 10 new footstools. Hope you enjoy those emotes. Nice to see you around here, Agamata. By the way, for those who haven't been keeping up, Agamot's been going on a bit of an arc on Twitter, trying to fight their AI moderation of the past few days. It's been quite something to watch, but quite instructive, to be honest, when it comes to understanding what the bot does or does not punish in terms of the visual posts that you might end up making on the platform. So thank you for your sacrifice, Agamata. I think all the rest of us are wiser for having kept up with it. But yeah. Master, think about the two. Who's your favorite saga? At the moment, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of has to be Willy. But or Mina. I should say Mina. But yeah. Mina's been really growing on me. Out of all the new debuts. Although that might just be Australian bias, to be honest. Mr. Denos, thank you for being a Footstool for 15 months. Good interview. I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed it too. Ricky Brent, thank you for being a Footstool for 15 months. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for showing up. I lost. I think, well, I mean, didn't you get to post the picture finally when you figured out that it was the drawings on the boxes that was triggering the bot? So I suppose it's kind of a Pyrrhic victory, I guess. But yeah, no call, Willy. It's really funny to see how quickly that name stuck after it got brought up once during a stream. It's quite unfortunate, but yeah. It's trying to get people to use Mina instead of Willy does not seem to be the winning play as of right now. Hold on, let me see if it's chosen to show up. If for some reason Stream Elements didn't pick up on the 10 gifted right at the beginning of the stream. I'll need to go back in the VOD and check. I'll bring it up. I'll thank you properly next stream that I end up doing. So I'll go back in the VOD and have a look. When she's being cute, she's Mina. When she's being silly, she's Willy. I suppose that works as well. Hold on. Oh wait, actually, hold on. I don't even need to wait. I can check on the VOD now. Hold on. Give me a second to track this down. I'll do it, chat. I'll do it. It was Mercurius? Oh, okay, hold on. All right. Need to wait. Sorry. Mercurius, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships right at the beginning of the stream. Welcome to 10 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Sorry, I just. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me just mute the VOD while it's playing on my end. Fast forward to make sure I didn't miss anything else. Oh wait, no. Mercurius, you sent 5, and then I think there was someone else who sent 10 as well. Yeah, Potato King. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 20 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Please be sure to thank Potato King as well for his generosity in gifting them. And Gabriel, thank you for being a Footstool for 13 months. Watch the VOD. Too tired for now. Good night. I hope you end up enjoying the VOD when you end up consuming this. And I hope you had a good rest whenever you end up seeing this as well. I think that's all caught up now. But yeah. I think it's funny how it hasn't occurred to me to do that up until now, but yeah, from now on, if something doesn't show up in Stream Elements, I'll just rewind through the VOD on stream and catch it there. But yeah, how did it go? I'll have to watch the VOD later. It went pretty well. It was very fun to have Tomoya on and to be able to talk about all of these things. But yeah, I'm not going to lie. In the cases where I've seen some of the people reacting to the stream, there have been moments where I've been a little, there's been moments where I've been a little like, ooh, I wonder how that one's going to go. But so far, I don't think anyone's been like, really put off by it or anything. So I am grateful for that. Small mercies, I suppose. But yeah, no, I'm pleasantly surprised that he felt comfortable enough to come and approach me and to talk about this kind of stuff. Any stream plans for the future after your break? Industry practice audit is something that I was lining up before before going on hiatus. So basically, over the past year or so, there's been a bunch of various different things, different trends that we have predicted would become more prevalent, or industry practices that would catch on, such as, for example, the whole crowdfunding IPs after a talent leaves, that kind of thing. That has seemingly become, I wouldn't go so far as to say the norm, but it's certainly been adopted by more agencies, despite various different circumstances in terms of when the talent and the company part ways. So that's one of the things. The other thing is seeing if I can get my hands on any public records from some of the companies that we have discussed previously on stream before. See, maybe reviewing things like shareholder bodies or people named in shareholder documents, that kind of stuff. That sounds like a fat stream. Potentially, yeah, potentially. We do have quite a few case studies of something like even the single practice that I brought up just then, which is the whole, crowdfunding talent IPs after they leave the company. We have quite a few examples of that now that we did not have when Pixel Link had their closure earlier on this year. And again, like I said, it's a bunch of different circumstances. Some of them, the companies are still open after the talent and company part ways. Some situations where the company's closing. Even with the companies that are closing, you have some that are, pretty successful. Not successful in the sense of being able to keep the company sustainable, but seem to be doing pretty well numbers-wise. But there are others that seem to be a little bit more obscure numbers-wise. But even in the ones where the talents didn't really bring in huge numbers before the company closed down, there are still instances of companies of that size choosing to go with the crowdfunding IP route on the way out, which is something I find to be quite fascinating. But yeah, it is something that I think is worth checking in on. Again, doing a bit of a status update with some point in the future. Me stream. Yeah, of course I heard of what's going on with Goro Gami. To be clear, I understand why companies, especially companies that are still in operation, would want to sell IPs rather than just give them out for free, because you do need to cover costs, right? You need to cover the cost of making the model or the assets in the first place, especially if that's something that the company paid for and the towns paid for prior to their debut. But the whole crowdfunding aspect of it is what I do not resonate with as a viewer. So, when does your break end? Should be the end of November, unless something unexpected comes up, then it might be a little bit longer. I didn't even know you were on break and found it weird that you disappeared for 2 weeks until Mari mentioned it. Yeah. So yeah, I announced that I was going on break throughout November because a bunch of IRL stuff that I need to catch up on. Basically things like appointments and stuff that I've been putting off for too long, I suppose. But yeah, we're hitting sauna time with that one. I would expect so. Actually, the funny thing, the the previous Tsunderia streams that I did, I think Morlington, I think it was Morlington that messaged me saying that Kana had reacted to some of the VODs. When I heard that, that was something that I had it gave me pause for a little bit. There was one section, what was it? Yeah, this was the thing that I was about to touch on while Tomoya was away getting the door for someone, I think. But there was a section that she was watching on stream where I was talking about S-Train's parting, like his parting riposte in her Discord server when he was leaving. And one of the things was him saying, "You lasted longer than any of my exes." And upon rewatch, I realized that the way that I was articulating it was probably a little unclear. But when I talk about things like, don't bring up things like VTuber's relationship status, etc., 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 that's more in the case of usually because of the way that the industry is in terms of the norms and taboos and stuff. People tend to be kind of, if you say something about like, exes or relationships or something, people tend to interpret that as something more than just an offhanded statement. So I find it very hard to believe that the wording on that is just because someone's weird and not because they're just outright malicious as well. But the thing is, because I saw from her reaction that it could be interpreted as me sort of implying that maybe they were in a relationship. That's not what it was at all. I was just saying that it's really, really weird for someone to bring that up, and most likely malicious if someone is being that sort of, if someone is TMIing that hard about something relationship related in a VTuber's space, unprompted. So, yeah, thankfully, people who were watching along in her chat kind of, they also picked up on the fact that, I was just commenting on how strange the statement was, not implying anything about the relationship status, but yeah, that was the only thing that kind of made it jump scared me a little bit to realize that it could be interpreted that way. But I'll have finished Brave V5 by then. Good luck. Good luck on that one. But yeah, no, I've been checking in every now and again on how the updates have been going, but I don't know. I feel like who knows. You have the new V4 gen to contend with. You have what, from memory, that's what crops up for me, but if you plan on getting when do you plan on getting V5 of the chart done, by the way? Are you thinking like the end of the month or something? Because I have a feeling that if you update it at the end of the month, by the end of the year, we have 1 month left in the year. Like, it is very possible. It's very possible that Brave does something else that might call for the chart to be updated yet again. Especially with how much activity they seem to be picking up in Korea. Because that does look quite interesting. In like a week? Okay, yeah. At most? Okay, interesting. But yeah, no. There's still one month and a bit left in the year. 1.5 months left in the year. There's more time for Brave to absorb more into its mass. Particularly from Korea. If the increased activity over there is indicative of anything. Who's gonna win Worst Corpo? I've long given up on trying to allocate that title to any one of the corpos that we've been talking about on stream, because one of the things that becomes quite apparent is trying to find a quote-unquote worst corpo is very difficult, because the way in which you can define worst, there's a lot of different ways that you can take answering that question, sorry. But yeah, no, one of the I mean, most people, when they think of worst corpo, they think of like Wachter, which kind of makes sense, to be honest. But if we're talking worst as in still has the ability to potentially do something shady, I'd say it's Brave. To be completely honest, I'd say it's Brave. Because that is a company that has a very, as we've talked about plenty of times on stream before, very interesting philosophy when it comes to the way they do business, especially in this industry. Yeah, exactly. How do you quantify worst? It's very difficult to do. So, a title like that doesn't have much utility when it comes to assessing companies and how they operate, etc. No, worse is HoloLive because they let Guru go. You'd be surprised at how many people unironically try to make that argument. You know, it's... it's... Actually, I think I saw you talking about this on TVA, Nene Love. But it's one of the things that I do notice about the way that I process company controversies nowadays is after having taken time to look at things like Brave, like, you know, Nexus, etc., like, funnily enough, like Bishoujo, a lot of the times when people go, oh, so-and-so company is, you know, so exploitative or whatever, I've become a lot less... My priorities when I'm assessing how severe a transgression is, a corporate transgression is, has expanded significantly. Like, or I suppose, expand is the wrong word. I have reassessed, or I've come to reassess the criterion I use to judge whether a corporation is really exploitative or not, based off of my experience actually doing deep dives into companies that are actually exploitative. So, yeah. It's not even... Okay, Brave is indeed it's a go-to example, but it's not the company in question that brought me around to this way of thinking. I think it started at the beginning of this year, funnily enough, when I did that entire month of going through various failed corporations and actually looking at what made them fail. And it's, how do I put this? After you go through something like Nexus, the conception behind the idea for that company, how the talents were essentially hobbled by the fact that they were put on a platform that they were never realistically going to succeed on, not even because there was merit to the idea, but just because the CEO of their company was butt buddies with the CEO of the company that owned that app, right? That's once you see that, instances of things like that, you can't really look at, for example, Gura graduating from Hololive and go, oh, Hololive is a black company now, in good faith. Like, you can't look at those two things happen. Like, you have a bunch of graduations among some of the older talents at Hololive. You don't see those two things on anywhere near the same scale as one another. And so when people panic about the latter, it's sort of like, nowadays it kind of, I don't really register it as much. Like, I will take note of it, but it's not, I don't view it as, I suppose, a major thing nowadays. Because my way of weighing things has changed quite a bit over the last year or so. I definitely see industry damage as much worse than just mistreating talents, destroying the industry, making it worse, introducing bad practices that will harm hundreds of talents. Yeah. Talents and companies that don't even exist yet. Yeah. Certainly some Twitter people have a lack of perspective on the whole industry. Yeah, and I don't... Well... Some of the takes are pretty fucking stupid, right? Like, some of the things that I see are pretty fucking stupid. But for the most part, it is mostly down to a lack of perspective. Because a lot of the cases that we end up looking at over the course of the content that I make on this channel, they are pretty niche. They are pretty obscure. They're memory hold. Perhaps not intentionally, but simply by virtue of the fact that they never really got off the ground to begin with. So, most people will not end up factoring that into how they assess other controversies in the industry. It's like I keep talking about, where prejudice, in order to be an accurate tool that you can actually use to, protect yourself, etc., assess things in a rational manner, prejudice requires data, right? Prejudice used effectively requires good data, and most people simply don't have data. Because of the fact that when a company dies in this industry, it's sort of like the tree that goes down that no one actually hears. So, yeah. When I look at something like, for example, when I look at something like, for example, Hololive announcing that they're going to be making, a few of their members are going to be streaming on Twitch for like an event, even if the announcement was at a very unfortunate time. I don't view that as controversial, I suppose, as something like, as something like, for example, a company deciding to auction off a talent's IP at the last second upon closure or something like that. A lot of this, oh, so-and-so graduated Black Corporate stuff is ridiculous to me, because you're not mad that a person got mistreated, you're mad because someone popular got mistreated. Yeah. That's the same gripe that I've had as well when it comes to, just the whole, again, a lot of the industry outrage, so to speak, around certain things happening is mostly down to popularity rather than... I've long since given up on the idea of, I suppose, mainstream VTubing audiences. Actually, how do I word this? I've long since given up on the idea that this industry is ever going to exhibit something approaching moral consistency in any of its standards, because I just don't think that's going to happen. Right? I started off, when I first started making content in this niche, I started off with a pretty pessimistic assessment of things. Right? All of you guys will know, VTuber community is something that I regard as a meme, right? Because the idea of having one central moral standard that stays consistent throughout all the different groups that happen to occupy this space, I just don't see that happening ever. It's the same reason why I don't think something like a VTuber group, a guild or union would ever work either. Because simply, to be completely blunt, I don't think that people are capable of being that unified when there isn't some sort of corporate structure to keep them in that place. Hence why in the indie spheres, so regularly it goes through periods where it devolves into this high school, high school esque cliquey mess every now and then. But yeah, so when I look at the things that people tend to get outraged over on on spaces like Twitter or whatever regarding VTubing and the industry or industry practices, there is very little consistency to be seen in terms of what people say is like bad and what they end up supporting. So it's enforcing standards in that regard it's a very uphill battle, to put it very mildly. You cannot expect the collective of millions of people to be morally consistent. Yeah, exactly. There's that aspect of it as well. But even that aside, right, even if we leave aside the logistics of how difficult it would be to try and implement or create something like a VTuber guild or something like a VTuber union, you have the whole problem. Well, you have the whole skill issue problem where there is far too much of a crab bucket mentality in the industry in order for that to be possible, in my opinion. Because if you want something like a guild or a union, you would have to be heavily restricted when it comes to who you allow to become a part of it. Because you need to weed out that sort of crab bucket mentality that would end up destroying it from the inside. And the problem is, there is a massive amount of crab bucket mentality in the industry, not just among the smaller players, but even among the larger ones as well. I mean, look no further than how VShojo was treated as a company before Iron Mouse nuked the entire thing with her exposed video. Look at how that was treated by the biggest indies in the space, the biggest Twitch indies in the space, to understand that crab bucket mentality is not something that's unique to the smaller players in the industry. It is very much a part of how it's exhibited by people at all tiers in terms of numbers and size that inhabit this space. People aren't going to rag on bad actors, dob out bad actors, comment on bad actors, so long as it's convenient for them to stay quiet. So long as there's some sort of benefit that can be provided that sort of, smoothens the deal, so to speak. So, again, VTuber Union, VTuber Guild, that's not happening. I don't see that happening anytime, let alone anytime soon. So, yeah, you have the Cinder drama thing as well, so... The past month or so has been extremely instructive. Well, actually, this year, if 2024 was the year where everyone became disillusioned with, corpos in the West, 2025 is the year where everyone became disillusioned with, at the very least, the Twitch indie VTuber scene. Because holy shit, has this year been an utter mess for the biggest, the biggest Twitch indies. Between the whole VShojo thing and between the whole Cinder thing, it's been a bloodbath. But yeah, no, it gets back at a point that I've been trying to hammer home for a while on this channel, which is indie and corpo. There is no distinct one that is better than the other. It's just different. Right? One isn't better, it's just different, right? Being indie isn't better than being corpo, it's just different. It's about picking your poison and which ones you'd rather stomach, right? Oh, well, which ones you can stomach and which ones you'd rather swallow. So, industry-wide karma is certainly one way you could phrase it, yeah. Didn't you say you were going to stream about that? Well, yeah. That was the, I suppose, the follow-up to the Cinder thing, but it will probably tie into the next collab that I have lined up at some point. But yeah. One of the factors was that she was freaking out about it. Wait, what was this? None of the talent believed Matara and she was gaslit? Well, yeah, I mean, again, it's so weird to me to look at... Because, again... all of you guys remember this because this was something I commented on back when, during July, August, that time period, right? Between July, August, and September. But one of the things that was so weird to see were the sheer number of Twitch indies coming out and going, yeah, I always knew that Bishoujo was bad because of XYZ thing that I either heard, saw, or had a feeling about. And these are people that have collaborated with Bishoujo talents, and they said nothing throughout the entirety of that time. And it was that moment that kind of blackpilled me on the entire idea that you could ever get some sort of VTuber guild or union going, even if you try to narrow it down by only restricting it to the VTubers that stream on Twitch independently. Like, even that narrow of a group, you cannot get any sort of cohesion from. And we're not talking, 2 views or 3 views. We're talking some of the biggest indies on that platform. So when I talk about crab bucket mentality being a problem at all tiers, that's what I mean. So, yeah. Yeah, look. The Clara thing is it's a fandom thing. It's not a thing outside of Twitter and VT, not really. Right? And so long as it's not something that happens a second time, the problem will have fixed itself. I said so when I first talked about it, but frankly, I don't care what happens behind the scenes. I don't need to know what happens behind the scenes. So long as we don't get a repeat, I don't care, right? If we were being realistic, the best path forward was always for nothing to be said about it and for it to just never happen again. That was it. I think, to be honest, the people going, FaZe and stuff must endorse her politics or what. I think you're being facetious if you say something like that. Or you kind of... There's 2 different ways that you can read the support for Clara's return, right? One of them is they must all endorse her politics, which, let's be honest, right? I don't think that's true. I don't think anyone who's been watching the same streamers of the same company as we have, can say that that's true. But the message that is being sent is one of company unity, more so than anything like that. And to be completely honest, I don't agree with the things that were, I find what initially caused the outcry to be objectionable. I said as much in my initial stream about it. I still think that. But at the same time, company unity is a more important message to get out there than some sort of throwing under the bus that might have been the alternative. When Zoe went on that spiel, I actually got mad. Yeah. What was the post that she made? Something about how this was when Matara was coming out and talking about how people knew, how apparently there were various different people in the industry who knew about Bishoujo having money troubles, whereas the talents were the last to find out, right? To be completely honest, I think find out is probably, there are multiple ways you can interpret the phrase find out, right? One is to have a reason to suspect, the other is to have it spelled out for. I think to have it spelled out for is probably more accurate than the alternative. But yeah, no, it certainly does seem like the talents were the last to be outright told, yeah, our pockets are empty by Bishoujo. It does seem like a lot of other people in the industry knew that something was wrong with the company. I mean, we knew as much when fuck, I forgot. One of the towns from the Monster Girl gen said that they only found out that Bishoujo had money problems because they happened to talk to someone at Offkai who knew. And that's like that was what put me on that entire spiel of, it's not about, in this industry, it's not about when is it okay to talk about bad actors or whatever. It's about who, where is it appropriate to talk about it, not when, or who is it appropriate to talk about it with. Right. So it's about who you know rather than anything else. But, you know, then you had someone coming in, and you had Zoe, who used to be a manager at Idol Corp, coming in with a quote tweet going, "Yeah, I knew that it was a joke that was passed around among some of the management staff in the industry that Bishojo was running out of money." And I'm just sitting there reading that tweet going, "Why would you?" Because she said it was passed around as a kind of like a running joke. I'm just like, why would you say that? Why would you? Batman couldn't have got that one out of me as if I was working as behind the scenes staff in the industry. Like, what? Oh, Rima, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you around. Yeah, no. The horse is here. Yeah, no. Wait, I think you talked about this you covered this on stream about a while ago as well. But yeah, now I'm just kind of catching up on all the stuff that I kind of missed over the course of November. But yeah, no. Isn't it kind of weird? Like, if you have someone who is a member of behind the scenes staff, presumably one of the people who may have heard along the grapevine that, you know, this company is probably not doing so hot and just never said anything ever. Like, isn't it kind of... Wouldn't you be embarrassed to sort of publicly say that? I don't know, it just strikes me as kind of... It strikes me as a very strange thing to say. And that's one of the other things that I don't quite understand about the way that people process company collapses in this industry. Like, if you knew that something was wrong, you didn't say anything during the time that things were going down when you probably could have warned people not to walk into the burning building after everyone else come out and started talking about things. And then you come out and say, yes, I was there. Like, what clout is there to be gained from saying that you were there or that you knew all along? I just don't understand how that calculation was done in the heads of people who do that kind of thing. And this includes Evanito. To be fair to Evanito, when I was ragging on him on stream and he was in chat, he took it, you know, he did take it like a champ. So I will commend that. But, you know, the whole thing of only coming out after everyone else is talking about, you know, what's going on and going like, oh yes, I was there for the actual thing and I knew all along. But like, why? Why would you do that? I just don't understand. Because, I mean, like, sure, you kind of look like someone on the inside, but at what cost, you know? I find the idea to be quite bewildering. My message was blocked. I have a critical, can you... Yeah, exactly. Like, I just don't get it. I don't get why you would do that. Because even if we were looking at it from a social capital optics, you know, look at me with all of my connections in the industry level of like, even if we were using that perspective to process things and evaluate that decision, I still don't get it. Because, I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm being too idealistic or whatever, which is weird to say considering how cynical I usually am. But isn't that bad? Isn't that something that's kind of, you know, isn't that something that's kind of bad to admit? I don't get it, man. I don't get it. It may as well be a Pixar didn't happen thing. It's not even that. It's more so just... Perhaps behind the scenes, they were trying to warn people, right? Maybe they didn't do so publicly, but maybe they were doing so behind the scenes. And if that was the case, sure. But again, that ties back into the whole problem that I identified earlier of, in this industry, it's not about what is okay or not okay. It's about where is it okay and who is it okay with. It's about who you know and where you are, not what you're doing. And, I mean, to be fair, it is an entertainment industry that was kind of implied. That comes with the territory. But it's... How do I say? I don't like it. I can accept that it's a reality, but I don't have to like it. Because it gives very little agency to the people who are involved in this space. But yeah. And wait, Remo, if you're still here, did you end up reading through that particular quote tweet from Zoe about what Matara was saying about how the Talons were the last to find out, even though lots of people in the industry knew that Bishoujo was going through a tough time behind the scenes? Did you end up going through that on stream? I forget. D Selvers, thank you for being a Footstool for 6 months. What I do get, there's no party like a Yeah. To be fair, the champagne must have been great. Champagne must have really been great. But yeah. I just find it to be quite... I mean, this is also tied into the whole bow thing that was happening on Twitter earlier on. Man, that was such a wild... That was such a wild thing to keep track of. Because the thing is... The funny thing about the whole Bao situation with what she was posting is that her initial post wasn't even really that wrong. Yes, it was phrased really, really badly. But the advice in and of itself, statistically speaking, is pretty good, right? It's just... It was handled the worst way possible following that point. And one of the things that she ended up tweeting in response to someone else, I think it was Maxor asking for like a refresher, or someone to bring him up to speed on what people were complaining about. It was the... when she described her initial bit of advice as, you know, if Harvey Weinstein invites you to a party, don't go. It's just like, again, the advice is good. It's just funny in context, coming from an indie that attended the Bishoujo parties. It's just like, you know... This is what I mean when I say that looking for moral consistency in terms of the things that people choose to get angry about in this industry, just, it doesn't... It's a fool's errand. It's a fool's errand. Or it's not even... Okay, wait, actually. There's something else about that particular controversy that bugs me. And that is the whole... Because when Bao was... Her initial tweet where she was describing, you know, a bigger content creator coming in, right, and basically trying to butter up someone smaller to either be intimate with them or to have some sort of other, an exchange of some other form of favor, right? To curry favor with someone by sort of swinging your big numbers above their head or whatever. Like, yeah, I can understand why that's a behavior that is sleazy, that might be slimy. I can understand why that's something that you might not want to have in the industry. But the thing is, when she was calling out that behavior, she didn't name anybody. And in this industry, if you actually want to fix a problem, you name what that problem is. If you want to get rid of a bad actor, you name that bad actor. Because since this is an entertainment industry, how do you cut the kneecap? How do you hamstring someone who is a bad actor in an entertainment industry? You compromise their ability to appear welcoming to an audience. You essentially name and shame them. That's how it works. That's how you disincentivize certain behaviors in an entertainment industry. It applies more generally in society in general, but especially it is, you know, a very pertinent solution to a social problem in an entertainment space. And the thing is, when Bao was identifying that problem, she didn't name the person, you know, because presumably she knows at least one content creator, like a bigger male content creator that, you know, has engaged in this behavior. And there were no names in that post. But she named Cinder. Like, and that was, you know, being a bitch to your friend group and, you know, trying to get an exclusivity deal done without their knowing. Like, that is viewed as a worse problem than people supposedly being sleazy with other creators who are, you know, picking them out because they are smaller, etc., etc. And I'm looking at those two things, and maybe it's just my personal sense of, you know, right or wrong, but I feel like one of them is probably worse than the other, and yet one of them received naming and shaming and the other did not, which is yet another thing that I find to be quite an interesting commentary on the moral standards of this industry, so to speak. But yeah. Are you guys still talking about Cinder? Not still. It's just something that kind of crossed my mind when I was talking about moral consistency in VTubing, which is... Or the lack thereof, I suppose. Some of them are just playing business. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, right? For me, it is perfectly fine. If you're going to do things that are just business, go for it. Because at the end of the day, this is a business. If you do VTubing as a living, if you do it professionally, it is literally just business. That's why I disliked the meme, even when it was first becoming popular and gaining traction early on into the Cinder thing. Because, yeah, sometimes it is just business, and sometimes you might not agree with something morally, but you'll go along with it anyways because it's convenient. And again, if that is what you're going to do, if that is your prerogative, I'm not going to hang that over anybody's head. Where I do draw the line, though, is when you make that decision, you choose to engage in a certain behavior, or you choose to overlook something because it is convenient business-wise, and then later on, you double dip by also wanting to appear to be part of the so-called morality crowd, right? The group of people who comes out and acts loud and proud about their principles or whatever. That's when I take an issue with it. Because you can accept things on the sly, you can look after yourself as a business, that's perfectly fine. But if you're going to come out afterwards and then pretend to be part of, the group of people who were always pointing out that there was something wrong, sorry, that's a little harder to swallow, right? So yeah, that's where I'm currently at when it comes to stuff like that. If you're going to do things that are perhaps a little underhanded, but they help you business-wise, go for it. Just be quiet about it, Keep it to yourself. Because the alternative is double dipping, and that's not going to sit right with everyone. It doesn't sit right with me. Michael Laurie, thank you for being a Footstool for 15 months. Holy, a lot of my Footstools are getting real old now. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships as well. Welcome to the 10 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. But yeah, no, it's a weird thing to think about, right? Because the way that Val's initial tweet was worded, it made it sound like the bigger male content creators who were doing this, it made them sound predatory, right? It made them sound like predators. And I'm here sitting there thinking, okay, if you view this as predatory behavior, you have a platform, you have a gun, you have bullets, why not shoot them, And it's on its own, in a vacuum, I understand, right? Not everyone, people are busy. You have your own career to look after. There's a lot of stuff going on around a content creator. You don't have the time to call out another creator, deal with the backlash from their fan base, possibly keep your own fan base in check so it doesn't escalate into something bigger. That's a lot of things to think about, right? That makes sense, right? It makes sense as to why you might not want to invest the energy in doing that. Hence why you would refrain from naming names. But then I go back and think about it in context of the fact that did happen earlier on this year, but for Cinder, and all of a sudden my ability to sort of go, okay, yeah, that's an understandable reaction, goes out the window. It's sort of context makes it less sympathetic for me personally. But yeah, it's a sort of, it's a way of prioritizing things that doesn't quite make sense to me. Okay, so Jun, again, this is something that I'm probably going to end up talking more in the next collab that I have lined up for this month. But I think when people go, Bao going to Maxor for validation is inconsistent with what she was saying in the original post, I think that that's a bit of I think that people are reading that a little uncharitably. Because the thing is, when Bao made her initial tweet, it wasn't, understandably, because of the way that it was worded and because of the way that she reacted to criticism of it, it's very understandable if people read it and interpreted it as her saying that, men bad, right? But in reality, the thing that she was trying to indicate was a problem was a behavior, not a sex, right? And the thing is, when she goes to Maxo to try and explain or try to, bring him up to speed with what the whole controversy came from, the thing that she was trying to, it's not that, I don't think it's a contradiction if you were, if you were to read her initial tweet charitably. because Maxor does not exhibit the behaviors that she was identifying as problematic in her initial call-out post. So I don't think there is a double standard there. Now, if you interpreted the initial post as men bad, which again, I can see how some people arrive at that conclusion based off of the surrounding context and based off of how poorly worded the initial tweet was, then yeah, I can understand viewing that as a bit of a double standard. But personally, I don't view it as that much myself. It's just, again, when you have someone who attended the Vishojo parties, mind you, saying nothing about it at the time, right? Saying, I just said, when Harvey Weinstein invites you to a party, you probably shouldn't go. She's not wrong, but it is funny, right? Like, we can all appreciate the irony in, you know, who's saying that, right? Like, you know, and that's all it is. It's not saying she's wrong. It's not even saying that she's a horrible person. It's just saying that it's funny. So, yeah. So, maybe people think that they don't have the audience power, or they don't believe that they're reliable narrators enough like a YouTuber. But that's the thing. Bao is one of the biggest VTubers in the indie scene. Certainly on Twitch, if we're not talking, you know, EN VTubing scene in general. So, I don't understand which male content creator she is referring to that engages in this kind of behavior. Presumably, well, I mean, the implication is that she has at least some sort of personal experience with, that she cannot call out, right? Because let's just remember, Cinder is no garden gnome either in terms of size, or at least at the time that the initial call out took place. That was a risk. Your audience's going to war was indeed something that happened at the time. So it was accepted as it was deemed as an acceptable cost to doing a call out on a bad actor in the space. Where I get hung up is just, why is that bad actor viewed as, you know, worth a call out when someone who is engaging in the predatory behavior described by Bao initially is not viewed as, you know, warranting that same sort of cost associated with it. That's where that's where the balance of priority doesn't quite work out for me. Master and thank you for the 5. Bao and Sean this post were dumb. Glad Sean apologized. Pippa was right. Some of the critiques were vile and bad faith. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Right? Like, I don't think that needs to be said. That when they got dogpiled, obviously they were not going to get people that were criticizing or engaging in good faith, right? Some people were going out of their way to construe what Bao's tweet was saying as, you know, just men bad, right? When, again, not everyone, because I do, like I said before, you don't have to try too hard to look at the way that her tweet was phrased and come to the conclusion that she's just talking about men, right? In the industry. But at the same time, yeah. It's kind of I don't think it's worth really touching on when you're talking about the topic in general, because it really adds nothing. Wasn't she talking about Mizkif at the time? I have no idea. That's the problem with the tweet, right? And this ties in with a very common trend that we end up seeing in the industry where, you know, VTuber talks about some sort of controversial thing, doesn't name names, and so everyone decides to tack on context based on whatever they've consumed on their feeds earlier on in the day. That was the same reason why last year when K9 Kuro made the whole post about, oh, my voice recently showed up in a concert when Niji Sanji was playing a recording of Mista during one of their concerts. One of the reasons why I thought that tweet was a pretty silly thing to tweet out if you didn't want that to be interpreted as, like, you know, him making a subtle dig at the company, because the surrounding context would paint it that way. Same thing with Bao's tweet. She could very well have been talking about Mizkif, and if she was, understandable. But the problem is, that's purely up to audience interpretation, right? Part of the reason why a lot of people had an issue with her tweet is because she didn't name names. She didn't specify who that was referring to, which, again, like I've pointed out before, I don't get why, you know? It just makes the message much less clearer, and it makes the stance much less authentic. Because the thing is, I'm pretty sure Emeru was bigger than Miskiff. That's the other thing that goes against the idea that that was what she was referring to in her initial tweet. Negative vague tweet about the person / situation that I want this negative vague tweet to be about. Yeah, exactly, right? It just seems so weird to me. If you're going to comment on that kind of behavior, if you think that it's that much of a problem, well, start naming names. That'll fix the problem right quick. It's... And to be clear, right, it is possible that she is going behind the scenes and, you know, talking to various content creators going, look, this big male content creator behaved in a way that was sleazy or you know, sleazy or slimy towards me at some point in my career. This is probably someone you want to be a bit careful of, etc., etc. Right? And that's perfectly fine if that's the case. But again, that just reinforces the problem I identified earlier, where, again, it's not about what is okay or not okay, it's about where you are and who you know. And I mean, that's the thing that makes it all the more ironic when people complain about how people don't want to be authentic friends in this industry, right? Like, if you are someone who has complained in the past about how, oh, no one wants to be friends with me unless they have something to gain out of it, right? And you are also someone who is not willing to be public about your grievances with various different aspects of the industry, but you're only able to, if you're only willing to handle that kind of stuff behind the scenes, if you're only willing to talk about that stuff on a one-to-one basis, don't be surprised if that is then the driving factor behind why people want to become friends with you in the first place. Because that literally creates the greenhouse conditions, the incentives for that to become the main way in which people engage with you. Right? Like, you're complaining about, it's sort of like, I'm trying to think of a good analogy for this. It's like complaining about your drain getting clogged after being too lazy to pour oil outside of, you know, your sink, right? You spend, instead of dishwashing properly, where you get a paper towel, soak up all the oil at the bottom of your pans or whatever, and dump that in the bin where it belongs. Instead of you just pour it down the drain like nothing happens because you're too lazy to do otherwise. And then you go, oh, well, why is my drain clogged later on? Well, you kind of created the circumstances for that to happen yourself, right? It's not your fault, but it is your doing, you know? Michael Laura, thank you for the 5. As a whole life fan, when I saw Bao's tweet about men, I only thought about the Dodgers. Fair enough. But yeah. Oh yeah, no, Nina, yeah. So again, the reason why Bao not naming names in her tweet was also really bad is because when she phrased the tweet in a way that only called out men specifically, not even a specific male content creator, the problem is the other bit of the context that she was posting this in was when people were talking about Nina Lin, a female Twitch streamer who sexually assaulted a man live on stream, was banned for a day, people complained on social media, and then was banned for a week before being allowed back on the platform. And at that point, the dominant conversation surrounding it is going to be, okay, people kind of memory hole when female bad actors are a thing, right? And again, statistically speaking, Bao's tweet is correct, right? But it was occurring in a situation where people were not going to be very sympathetic to statistical generalizations. So it was like the worst possible time and place to post something that was phrased in that manner. So yeah, the whole Nina Lin thing was basically, it guaranteed that Bao's tweet was never going to be received well. Without, it's just, you know. And again, you know, if you don't have to think about all of this stuff when you tweet, if you're just tweeting for fun, but if you're tweeting for fun, I'd then ask, what? What are you doing? I don't think Twitter as a platform is very conducive to doing things for fun, to be completely honest. Unless you are like an artist, right? But even then, it's even then it's a bit of a 50-50 sometimes. But yeah, it's, if you're okay with people reading what you write wrong in the wrong way or in a way that you didn't intend, that's fine, right? But from the way that Bao received people's responses to her initial tweet, I don't get the impression that she was okay with that. Like, there was a section later on in a VOD where she said that she was just engagement farming or whatever. Well, I didn't buy that for a second. I think what she said in her initial post was something that she genuinely thought and felt, but it was just expressed very poorly. Yeah, the problem to me was that Bao quadrupled down. Yeah, that was the thing, right? It doesn't strike me as engagement farming. It doesn't strike me as just, oh, I'm tweeting this while also accepting that it's not going to be received very well, right? Because yeah, that does not strike me as being the case. It does not come across as deliberate enough because of how hard she doubled down on it afterwards. I don't know about overly sensitive, but it definitely put it in the spotlight. Yeah. Another common Twitch L. Yeah. Again, statistically speaking, Bao is correct. But no one cares about statistics when you have a case study right in front of your face proving at least not the opposite, but a scenario that is very obviously outside of the boundaries of whatever is currently being commentated on. Right? People are going to be less sympathetic because of that context. Last tweet wouldn't have gotten criticized if it wasn't for Nina. I think it would have gotten criticized, but I don't think the reaction would have been as bad if it didn't occur in that exact context of the Nina Lin thing going on. Because make no mistake, the Nina Lin thing, that is very... If you are a Twitch, if you stream on Twitch, if you keep up with Twitch, if you watch stuff on Twitch, if you know about the Nina Lin thing, that is a really, really bad example of Twitch's moderation standards when it comes to the way that they police their platform and the people who stream on it. Right? And the problem is Bao is a Twitch streamer. So expecting that there's going to be no overlap between the audience that she's tweeting to and the audience that is going to have Nina Lin at the forefront of their mind when they read it. Like, that's a bit unreasonable, right? If we're being realistic here. Something that constantly surprises me is how massive content creators are routinely surprised when the tweet that they make, quote unquote, goes out of their circle. Because the way that Twitter works is very simple. If your post garners a certain number of interactions within a short enough span of time from posting it, Twitter will then start to expand the audience that they show your tweet to, in the hopes of garnering more engagement and more interactions. Now, what that means is the bigger your audience is, the bigger your following is on Twitter, the less you can expect that your tweets are going to be insulated. Because a bigger audience means that there are going to be more people who are constantly keeping an eye on what you are saying at any given moment in time. Because they want to support you, because they want to engage with what you're saying, because they want to say, they want to, well, if we're being cynical, they want to Yas Queen you in some cases, right? The thing is, when you have a big audience, that when you reach a certain size in terms of Twitter followers, what that means is all of your tweets tick off that box in the algorithm that goes, okay, this is garnering engagement really, really quickly. Let's show this to more users outside of who usually sees these posts. And the thing is, when you're a big content creator, you have a Twitter that also has a large following. I just don't understand. You have a big inbuilt audience that is going to give you an objectively massive amount of engagement on any tweet that you make immediately after it's posted. No shit, the algorithm's going to start picking that up and showing it to more people. And yet, this is something that so many large content creators don't seem to be familiar with or don't seem to expect. And again, I understand this is not something that's, it's not something that is usually taught. It's usually something that's only learnt. But, I mean, it is a part of the infrastructure of the medium that we use to reach our audience. It has been part of that infrastructure for years now. So it's just, I would assume that people come to at least learn that when they are like a mid-sized content creator and just figuring out how to tweet consciously rather than just based off of vibes. Because at that point, if you're just tweeting off of vibes, then I mean, that's fine. But sometimes you're going to get a bad reaction. You're going to have to go back and retrace your steps and go, where did that come from, right? Where did all of these people come from? If your message isn't received the way that you intended, what happened? You know, what happened along the way? How did this go outside of my circle, so to speak? But apparently that's not a question that everyone ends up asking before they become big. I do feel like, in terms of just, you know, it's not media literacy so much as it is, I suppose, platform literacy. It's a bit of a clumsy term for it. But I think that people would benefit from just... That's part of why I try to explain this stuff on my stream, because this is good to know, right? If you're a content creator, you have a big following, you're a bit, you know, you don't want your tweets to be as... you want to be able to tweet while not feeling like you're pulling teeth, right? One of the things that is probably beneficial to understand is that aspect of how the algorithm works, what it chooses to pick up, what it doesn't, and what increases the chances that something you post, anything you post, may be picked up. But yeah, yeah. Need to have that graphic as merch so we can tap the sign. It is a pretty base. I didn't know about selling it as merch, to be honest, because it is something that can very easily just be, you know, it's very accessible, it's very simple, it's kind of crude. But yeah, maybe at some point in the future I might end up turning that into merch, just as something to point to. Yeah. The point isn't that if you tweet, you must follow that guideline, right? That's not what it is at all. The point is more so if you do want to tweet in a professional manner, not professional in the sense of being uptight, but professional in the sense that you have a brand and you do this as a job, you want to be able to cater to both factors, right? If that is something you are interested in when you tweet, then that is something, a guide that will probably be helpful as a resource if you choose to use it. There's a bunch of people with megaphones in a square screaming out their opinions, essentially, and they're surprised when others shout back. Yeah, that's the thing that always surprises me about Twitter, because a lot of people tend to, you know, you can actually see it in the vocabulary that a lot of people use to describe their interactions with Twitter, where they describe it as like a void, right? And the crucial thing about a void is that it doesn't talk back. It's just like this vacuum that, you know, it sucks up what you say. But that's not how Twitter works at all. It spits stuff back sometimes. It's kind of like, you know, it's like, how do I put it? It's like holding your face over a faulty fountain. Where, yeah, maybe nothing comes out of the nozzle that's in front of you, but sometimes you get blasted in the face and you have to spit out the dirty water, you know? Twitter is getting boring. Too many people trying to rage bait for views and money. No passion in actually trolling people anymore. Agreed. Agreed. Where is all of the good shit posting? Where is all of the good shit posting? When you do get a tweet that goes viral, it's usually one of the stupidest things as well. Like, actually, this reminds me. I might as well shout this out on stream as well. Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up. Let me go to my Twitter. Hold on, let me find the post. It should be relatively high. Okay, yeah, there we go. So, recently, I was scrolling through Twitter, and on my feed, I saw a new account called... Hold on, let me switch to something where you guys can actually see what's on my screen. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Okay. Yeah, okay. So there was an account by the name of Photonic Albionic that basically posted photos of custom laser cut aluminium business cards for VTubers, right? And I looked at this and I was like, okay, that's a pretty cool product that VTubers can use as a sort of personal identifier, or some sort of branded name tag or whatever, right? And this tied in with something that I was talking about during the Halloween stream that I did with Murray when I when I raised how, when it comes to iconic signature VTuber merch, right? You have things like, for example, Salwa's voiced plushie, or like an aluminium custom cut business card. Those are, you know, those are pretty cool, right? Those are pretty unique to the creator. And on the flip side of that, you have things like companies running around appearing in VTubers in email inboxes going, "Hey, would you like to get a fleshlight made of you?" I'm just, I made this just like off the cuff after seeing this post of just the duality between the two different offers that VTubers get when it comes to creating a custom product to, you know, represent them. Like on one hand you have like these business cards, on the other hand you have like fucking owner holes and stuff like that. Owner holes. On the other hand you have like owner holes and stuff like that, and like this is what VTubers have to choose between when they're choosing to make custom merch. And for some reason this tweet popped off to get like 1 million views. I just don't understand how the algorithm chooses. I guess it's maybe kind of, you know, any tweet that is visual and has to do with sex has a higher chance of popping off, I suppose. But yeah, no, the algorithm picks up on the most random things here and there to just boost. So when it comes to quality shit posting, I suspect that that's a part of the reason why it has become somewhat of a lost art. But yeah, I think if I remember correctly that VLO did try to release custom owner holes at some point in the past, but I don't remember. I remember seeing tweets about that floating around at some point earlier on this year. But yeah. It was funny. Yeah, I found it funny too. But yeah, no, I mean, I hope that I want there to be more unique aspects of merch, because like, don't get me wrong, right? There's nothing wrong with keychains or acrylics or, you know, body pillows or whatever. Like that's, you know, that's all fine, right? That's perfectly all right. But every now and again, I do wish that there were more unique forms of merch or some sort of signature products that VTubers were able to use, you know? Or that we were able to buy. That's part of why I like Oshi Push so much. Because it is like it's basically like a playable form of VTuber merch, I guess. This algorithm was bad even before. It's kind of less political nowadays. The thing is, with the algorithm on Twitter, you do have to curate it quite actively, but I think it is possible to curate it in a way that, you know, results in something you would like to see. It's just that it's going to require a lot of active policing, and you need to make sure that if you see a post on your timeline you don't want to see more of, you basically have to scroll past it instantly, or once you click not interested, you actually have to click the reason why. And the thing is, I suspect, right, so when you go into, let's pull up I'm just going to pull up a random post on my end and just check. So I suspect this is just me being a conspiracy theorist, not based on anything that's like concrete. But I suspect that when you press not interested on a post, right? If you click show fewer posts from, you know, user in question, I don't think that does anything. But I think if you click post is not relevant, that might be more effective. Because basically what the algorithm's trying to do is figure out what causes you to engage the most consistently. And if something's not relevant, I would assume that's received as, you know, that's not something I would be likely to engage in, rather than that's something coming from someone I don't like. But that's just me ratting. But yeah, personally, I found that my curation efforts seem to have worked, so. I want mugs like the one Muzumi Peachy had. Yeah, same. It's like, it's good and functional, you know? It'll go perfectly with all my drinks. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I like I like merch with utility. And I mean, you know, technically speaking, the the darkies they do have utility. Just not if you're sexually active. It's not exactly, yeah, it's not, well, okay, perhaps unique is the wrong word to describe it, but just, I suppose, having utility, or at least kind of novel, you know? I mean, technically the owner holes are novel, but like, I don't, not in a good way. let's be honest here. Not in a good way. You can just stick to the following page. Yeah, exactly. Following page is every now and again when you're on the For You, you just see something, you're just like, ugh. I think you just sort of you press the eject button, and you switch back to following, and everything's fine again. But yeah, armchair sponsored chairs when. It's a very distant goal for the channel. Or when I do think about producing merch. But yeah. Didn't Pippa talk about how to curate your algorithm? Yeah, part of it is also defined by who you follow as well. Yeah, so that was the other thing that Pippa was talking about on her stream, I think a few days ago or something. I really do think that more people should be taught about the whole, you know, how these platforms actually work. It's just unfortunate that this is not something that's commonly taught in schools, and by the time you go to university, you have to pay money in order to learn it, which, to be honest, is, like, not great. I mean, you could learn it firsthand as well, but that's not exactly optimal either, considering circumstances. But yeah. We will get plastic chair merch someday. Perhaps. Pippa uses a lot of add-ons as well, as she should. Because sometimes the way that these platforms are built is not designed to optimize user experience. So you just have to graft on other things in order to try and make it a bit more palatable to you personally. You could release a real armchair with your glasses. I have to make the glasses fake. Yeah. I've actually felt sick going through the For You tab. I do like seeing Nikki memes, but that stuff has me go why. But there's a lot of stuff that makes me go why. Yeah, because fundamentally, the algorithm, all social media algorithms, since around the 2010s, have been designed with one very specific goal. It is a robot that is programmed to essentially rage bait you. And I say that without a hint of irony or humor, because that is unironically, you know, there have been, as we've talked about on stream before, there have been studies that the social media companies have funded for millions of dollars involving hundreds of thousands of users that prove that negative emotions are better for engagement than positive ones. So these algorithms are all designed to make you feel like shit. Because, you know, the idea is you see something that makes you feel bad, you scroll to get away from it, you see something that makes you feel a little better, you scroll further, and then you repeat the cycle and you rinse and, you know, you do this ad infinitum ad nauseum. That's how these algorithms are designed. And if you don't go into using these platforms with that already in mind, you're at a greater liability to get farmed. So, yeah. Why is no one talking about the masterfully timed that tweet from her was? It was peak timing during... CGP Grey made a video about how rage is the emotion that attracts the most attention literally 15 years ago. Yeah. There have been people, you know, funnily enough, very often content creators that have been trying to put out the message into the public that, look, this is how your algorithms work, this is how your social platforms are designed, take that into account, you know, don't fall for the trap, etc., etc. But again, it is a very difficult task to try and spread that message in a way that saturates an audience. Well, let's just say that the amount of people that are online makes the amount of people trying to get that message out there a drop in the ocean. It's very difficult to get that message to penetrate on a widespread scale relative to the amount of people that are on the internet at any one point in time. Bro was ahead of his time. Yeah. Truly was. Truly was. Rage drives violence, which makes the world go round, I suppose. I love my template goes like a road. Kind of. But in any case, I may have to wrap up soon because I need to grab some food myself as well. But in any case, thank you again for tuning in. I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. I'm glad to hear that a lot of you guys seem to have enjoyed that interview. Hope you found that to be pretty entertaining, hopefully even a little informative. If you are a Tsunderia fan, I hope that this has allowed you to sort of relive some of the, I suppose, more pleasant moments from the company. That, admittedly, that was not something I was equipped to do in my first 2 streams, so hopefully this has made up for that a little bit. But, yeah, thanks for tuning in. I think people actually want to be angry about things, though. Then they can go, then they can stand up for something that no one has asked for. Yeah, that is 100% true. A lot of the anger and outrage that you see on social media is not driven by principle so much as it is driven by a desire for catharsis and or performativity. But yeah, what else can you get? That's just the constraints of the medium. That's what it creates. But yeah, this is probably a subject that we'll end up touching on again in the next collab that I have. I'll be posting an announcement about that soon on my community tab, so keep your eyes peeled. And I will see you for the next stream. Otsu chair. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me find someone to raid first before I end the stream. Who else is live at the Oh, there's a lot of people who are live. I might send you guys on to Pippa. Alright. So hope you guys behave yourselves in her chat. I want you to integrate seamlessly with what she's doing. I think she's streaming a demo of a demo of a game released by the dev that made the dinosaur game she's been playing over the last 2 days or so. But yeah, I'll be sending you guys on over to Pippa. Hopefully she's not about to end stream and I haven't timed this horribly. But yeah, behave, integrate, and yeah, hope you have a nice rest of your day. See you for the next stream. Otsu chair, for real this time. See you guys.